Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports for today's Rugby World Cup Team of the Week for the first round. 8 games, 16 teams, a lot of players on display, and we've managed to whittle down to a 15-man team of top performers and standout performances over the weekend. Now, when it comes to a team of the week, it's always going to be quite contentious. There are always going to be some very unlucky players to miss out. There's always going to be some players who some people might disagree with and stuff. And that's why I want your input. That's why I want you guys' comments down in the comment section. Let me know what changes you would make, which players you agree with, which you don't agree with, what your team would look like. But also justify it. Don't just go say this guy was better than this part. Don't, give it a little bit of input as to why certain players you think had a better weekend than this player or that player. As I said, lots and lots of different players, and there's a couple that really are very unlucky to miss out. But before I show you the team, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. And this is what we've got a bit of input from some of the boys at doing the watch along. So whilst this is my final team, there was some input there, and this is what we've got. Right, so it represented, we have got South Africa, England, Australia, Wales, Ireland, France, and Fiji, all getting players into the team of the week. So, yeah, there are quite a few nations missing. As I said, unfortunately, it's very difficult to try and link everybody in here. And we'll talk about in every position certain players who maybe were unlucky to miss out. So if you look at the pack, we'll start with the pack. Front row, I've gone with Steven Kitshoff. I thought Reddy Wadi had a pretty good game, as did Angus Bell for Australia. But I thought that Steven Kitshoff really did scrum very well, was very good in the loose, carried the ball as well. I thought that he had a really top game for South Africa. I think he's one of probably the form loosehead prop in the world right now. He's become so mature these days. Obviously brings a big part of his leadership as well to the team. Jamie George, I thought was one of the best games I've seen him play in quite a while. It was a much better England performance, and the pack really showed up before George Ford masterclass, and I thought that he was pretty relentless throughout the game. Carried very well, tackled very well, set piece was pretty solid. So yeah, that's the Jamie George that was in the British Lions series and stuff. He's one of the top hookers in the world when he gets it right, and I thought this weekend he looked close to his best, as did Tinea Tupou, who what a player to watch. Phenomenal in the loose, very solid at scrum time, absolute unit of a man. But has got a fantastic skill set. I mean, we saw him intercept tries, throwing long passes on the break. It was the marauding Tinea Tupou that every team fears. Seeing a tight head prop with that kind of size, that kind of skill set, and that kind of pace is a sight to behold. And he looked really good this weekend. Lots were quite difficult. I've gone with Will Rowlands and Franco Mostert. I thought Mario Tojo was better this weekend, for example. And I thought there were a couple of other locks in and around the games who did stand up. Joe McCarthy, for example, for Ireland, I was very impressed with what I saw from him. I think other locks, for example, Pekatava for Japan had a pretty solid game. It was against Chile, for example. And I suppose that's also kind of comes into it, doesn't it? It's good performances versus weak team versus good performances versus great team. So, for example, Italy had a very good game against Namibia and don't have any players in here, and that was very difficult to try and to do, to be honest. So I've gone with Will Rowlands. Who I think made about 27 tackles, got absolutely everywhere. I think that he's going to be a huge player for Wales. He has hit the cap limit, well not limit, but prerequisite to be able to play outside of Wales and still play for Wales. So he's going to play for them for many years. We really got to know him quite well last year in the South African series, and I thought that I think he's going to be absolutely world class. And next time I thought Franco Moss had a brilliant game, and I was glad to see that when I was doing my player rating show that a lot of people were agreeing with me. He looks back to the best of me. He carried well. He tackled relentlessly. He's brilliant at the lineouts. Just an absolute workhorse and get a great engine around that park. The hardest thing for me was the loose trio. I mean, how do you leave out a Peter O'Mahony? How do you leave out a Peter Steph the Toy? How do you leave out a Ben Earl, for example? Lorenzo Canoni, one of my favourite players in World Rugby at the moment, was absolutely phenomenal against Namibia. There were so many standouts. Francois Croce was good. Charles Olivon was good. That entire French loose trio were very good. Artie Severe was pretty solid. I could name so many other players across the different teams and across the weekend. But I've gone with Courtney Laws, Ty Byrne, and Gregory Aldred, which is maybe not the most balanced loose trio in that you probably have one of a Courtney Laws or a Ty Byrne. But for me, they were just the top performers. I thought Courtney Laws was the Courtney Laws that we haven't seen in the last year. fronted up physically, got over the advantage line, tackled really well. And I think really sort of galvanized his team when they went down to 40 men. And he's kind of a lead by example type of individual. Doesn't say a lot. He's not incredibly vocal, but he just gets to a lot of work. And then Ty Burn, I mean, I think in the strongest team he goes to lock, and I think that they can then get a Josh van der Fleer into that side with a Peter Omani as well as a Kalen Doris. And it's amazing how good that Irish pack is. But he just he was everywhere, absolutely everywhere. One of the best utility forwards in the world at the moment, if not the best. And then Gregory Aldred gets a shout at 8. Man of the match performance in the World Cup opener, was absolutely everywhere. Pick up and goes, as we know him, carrying the ball well a lot. Very, very good. I thought Lorenzo Canoni was brilliant. I thought Jasper Wies was pretty solid. Better was very good for England. There were lots of very good individual performances at 8 across the weekend. So that was quite difficult to pick. The South African, or third actually South African that gets into this team is Faf de Klerk. I thought that he managed the game brilliantly. I thought he kicked really well. People don't like it. I think a lot of people don't understand it. And everyone was there saying he just kicks possession away. Any scrum off for South Africa will kick exactly the same amount. And they do tailor-make the game plan according to a scrum off. So they know that he and Jaden Hendricks have got really good box kicking games. Therefore, in games where we need to use that, where that's the tactic that's employed, they will play. But I thought that, his defensively was very good. I thought his distribution was pretty good. I thought he actually did up the ante quite a few times. But his game management, I mean, his 22, his box kicking were always sort of just outside 22, were really, really well weighted. It was giving a lot of opportunity for us to contest and win a lot of that ball back. So I thought on his 50th cap, I thought he had a really, really good outing. And then 10, I got George. You have to go to George Ford. He scored all 27 points, didn't he? For England. I was really, really, really impressed with the Romanian 10, Vaivasa. I think he's going to be a very exciting player. Very keen to watch him this weekend. Johnny Sexton looked absolutely effortless in that Ireland game. Finn Russell didn't have the best attacking game because he didn't have a great pack, but I thought his defense was fantastic. I thought Matthias Jalabert had a great game on Friday night. Really, I think silenced a couple of doubters. Not that he really had to silence a lot of doubters, but so there were lots of very good individual performances at 10, but you've got to give it to the George Ford masterclass, which almost single-handedly won England the game. I mean, 3 drop goals, miss 1 penalty, it just was absolutely flawless. In terms of the wings, I've gone with Mark Nawangani-Tawase from Australia, who looks the real deal, doesn't he? Absolutely world-class. Scoring tries, competing for the ball, X-Factor type player, once in a generation player potentially. Very, very exciting player. And then Damian Peno should have scored 2 tries, maybe a slight error not having the ball in the right hand. It was great cover tackle though from Richie Mwanga. Not the first time he's done it, but it's been finished very well, but always looks very, very dangerous ball in hand. Kurt Lawrence had a good game. Josh Adams I thought was fantastic for Wales as well. So there's some very good performances at wing across the weekend, but I've gone with those 2. Mark Talea scoring 2 tries. Probably feels a bit robbed. But yeah, I could have gone with a lot of different players. In the centres, I've gone with Bandi Aki, who I thought he's my player of the weekend, to be honest. I think him and George Ford are probably, would have been my picks for player of the weekend. I thought that he arrived with an intensity that was unmatched. His running lines, his defence, his attacking impetus, I thought every time he touched the ball, something was happening. And next to him, I've gone with the absolute world-class YC Nathalevu, who is potentially right now the form 13 in the world. I mean, what a performance from the Fijian. It's just he's such an exciting player. It's always something happening with ball in hand. Powerful, captain of Fiji. Almost got them over the line, but 33 years old, coming to the twilight of his career. I mean, he's an absolute unit. He's sort of about 1.93, over 100 kgs, and it was a really nice, very, very good performance from him. Very, very inspirational type player. And he's definitely one to watch out for the rest of the World Cup. And then at fullback, I've gone with Ben Donaldson, which, Thomas Ramos was very good, for example. And in fact, I had a very tough time not picking him. I thought Bowden Barrett actually played very well for New Zealand as well. Hugo Keenan, for example, is always going to be highly involved in Ireland. I thought the Chilean fullback was very good from what I saw from during that match. I didn't manage to watch all of it, but when I did watch, I was very impressed with him. But I've gone with Ben Donaldson, who was his first time he actually started at fullback for Australia. Kicked very well for poles, made such good decisions, which is what Eddie Jones said that is such an exciting thing. Lots of players got the X factor, lots of players have got everything they need to be top players, but don't always have the mentality and the decision-making ability to back that up. he very much does seem to be the real deal. So this young Australian side, yes, against Georgia, so tougher tasks do loom for them. But yeah, lots of very nice individual performances. That's my team. What do you think? Where would you change? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well, and I'll see you guys all next time.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube.
Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up, get yourself an account, and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS. And we are live. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports for today's Rugby World Cup daily news show. And we are officially into week 2 of the Rugby World Cup. And what a week 1 it was. A lot of interesting results. No real upsets, to be honest. So still waiting for that first sort of massive, game. There's always that one game which is like iconic in terms of the upset that happens, stuff like that. So we didn't really have that in that first week, but so maybe we have to wait for the second week. But a couple of very interesting games, as well as some very good performances, and a couple of question marks being raised about some teams, a couple of answers being or questions being answered really by others. So it was an interesting first week, and I think that overall, if you look at the pools and stuff like that, no massive surprises just yet. But I think the main thing is looking at certain teams, and some. I think some teams there are some worries, and some teams are very much put to bed a bit of doubts, or at least sort of given people a bit of a reason for a bit of hope and a bit more sort of optimism maybe going into the second week. I think the likes of England, Australia, for example, two teams where people were very iffy about coming into tournaments, both of them getting very important wins over the weekend. Australia, getting that bonus point win. England, really sort of pretty easily in the end, overcoming Argentina. It was a very disappointing performance from Argentina, if we must be brutally honest. Was very much expecting a bit more from Michael Cheika's men. So so basically in the next sort of half an hour, we're going to talk about some of the news that is floating around. We do have confirmation, by the way, that the Springbok team will be announced tomorrow, so we will be live for that as well. We're going to be talking a little bit about the Jesse Kriel incident, which everybody's talking about at the moment. We'll be talking a little bit about the potential planned strikes that are happening in France. We'll give you a couple of updates and just sort of talk a little bit about the weekend and what was interesting and sort of a bit of repercussions going into week 2. So if you have any questions or anything you want to talk about, please do put them into the comments. Let me know what you guys thought about the first weekend and what your thoughts are going into this week. And in terms of our Forever Sports tour, this is your third last news show from Johannesburg. And from Friday, this show will actually be being broadcast to you directly from France. When you do see me, I will be in France. So we'll hopefully try and take you to a couple of different locations, maybe a couple of coffee shops, maybe something with a bit of a view. That should be quite a cool little difference. It's something a bit different to what we usually do on the channel as well, which is very exciting. So let's get into it. Now, the first thing I want to talk a little bit about is the whole Jesse Kriel incident, because there's a lot of been talk about it. Obviously, Gregor Townsend addressed it in his post-match conference and sort of said that, they've been worried about the inconsistencies where Tom Curry was red carded the night before due to head-on-head contact. And then they're saying that there was head-on-head contact from Jesse Creel on that Jack Dempsey tackle, and nothing was done. I think a lot of South African fans were also querying the Finn Russell, for example, incident. And it's interesting, in terms of you seeing what you want to see. Because Rassie Erasmus come out and said there was no head contact with Creel, and Gregor Townsend saying that there obviously was. And I think, Scotland Gregor Townsend and Scotland were basically saying that Finn Russell penalty shouldn't have even been a penalty. He was kind of just pulling out of a tackle or trying to catch the ball. And, that there wasn't really a tackle, that there was no head contact, and that shouldn't have been a penalty. I think South African fans would be saying that could have been a yellow card. So it's an interesting. It's always going to be interesting from that perspective with regards to what different people think, and you're always going to be a little bit, biased towards your team, aren't you? And sort of selectively blind at times. But let's talk about it. So in terms of the head contact, we've all obviously seen the photos and stuff like that, and maybe I can actually put it on the screen as well. Let me see if I can get that sorted.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video.
That's a good idea. I'm going to put that on the screen now, and also the problem is though when it comes to something like a very select sort of screenshot, it doesn't always tell sort of the full story and stuff like that. And so I'm going to show you exactly what everyone is saying was the issue, and then we can talk a little bit about it. Okay, so this is the freeze frame that has been going around, and as you can see over there, and again, I was trying to find the video. We can't show the video, unfortunately, because it'll be taken down. But so that's the freeze frame that's now sort of going around. And over there, it looks like there's sort of head contact. Obviously, sort of, we don't sort of know the extent because it said a freeze frame doesn't always tell the clearest of pictures and stuff. So that is what's going around. And that's what everybody has been complaining about, saying that they wear the inconsistency. Now, Rassie Erasmus came out and point blank said there was no head contact. And in terms of the sighting, we're sitting here on Tuesday. The incident happened on Sunday evening, and there's been no sighting. Tom Curry was cited immediately. Well, obviously got a red card, and his sighting commission was actually, I think, supposed to be today, I believe it was. I can just go on the World Rugby. So there has been no sightings. He will not be cited. I think that is the main thing. So a lot of people have been asking me, saying, will he be cited? Can he be cited? Obviously, he can be cited. So people are asking, even if he didn't get a red card or wasn't picked up, can he still be cited? Now, yes, he can. He can still be cited. That's definitely still a thing. But the fact that he hasn't by now means that he won't. I think is the good news, I suppose, from a South African perspective, that he will not be cited. I'm going to the disciplinaries. So if you go to the disciplinaries, for example, there's only one and from the weekend, that is Tom Curry. And that I said, I think that will be on today, if I'm not mistaken. The hearing will take place on Tuesday evening. Yeah, Tuesday evening. So Tom Curry hearing will be tonight. And so we'll put a video out as soon as we have that verdict, because it will be the first potential ban of the tournament. And I think the biggest problem is, I think if you look at this video incident again, you can look at a freeze frame over here and you can say it looks bad. If you look at the video, for example, I don't think it's necessarily head-on-head contact initially. I think it's a difficult one at the end of the day, and you can sort of slow it down, look from different angles. I don't think it's as clear-cut as everybody sort of is suggesting. And again, we're now sitting 2 days on from it. Nothing's been brought up, so he's not going to get cited for it. So Springbok fans don't think we need to panic. But then obviously there's sort of the big questions are the inconsistencies. And there's always going to be a lot of debate around this with regards to what counts as head-on-head contact. Because we're talking a little bit about the Tom Curry incident. And some people saying that they felt it was very harsh. Some people saying, well, it's head-on-head contact. And yeah, I think by the letter of the law, it was a red card. It was head-on-head contact. There was the problem is you look at mitigation. Now, the mitigation, I suppose, some people's argument is that Jean-Cruz Malia was coming down and sort of and wasn't on the ground yet, so you wouldn't have known exactly how high he was going to be because he was kind of falling down from the tackle, well, not falling down from the tackle. He got up, the ball had come down, and so that's where some people are saying it could have been mitigation because but at the same time, and somebody made this point on our group WhatsApp group, they were saying that there was another tackler at the same time who was lower, who wasn't in the position for head-on-head contact, and so by looking at that, you're going to sit there saying, well, it could have been avoided. And the usual thing is when there's head-on-head contact, they start at a red card threshold and then they look at mitigation and they work their way down. So in that instance, for example, they said, right, there's head-on-head contact between Tom Curry and Malia. It is with a higher degree of force. What are the mitigating factors? Now, Tom Curry goes into the tackle very upright, never really sort of looks to drop, leading with his head, for example. And whilst it's an unfortunate incident, there were no real steps that he took to prevent it. And that's the problem. You look at mitigating factors and there wasn't any, which is why he was red carded and why he will now be facing a disciplinary hearing this evening. So two very different instances, if you ask me. Immortal say, I think they already said he won't be cited. Tim Vandenberg says, hi Steve, he just got back from Marseille. Not a bad start for the World Cup. Oh, fantastic. Good to hear. Very cool that you were over there. And so we go on Thursday. So very, very excited to go there. And we'll be in Bordeaux this weekend for SA versus Ireland. So yeah, this Sunday during the watch along, which will be with the Wares, we'll hopefully be doing a live crossing, the first ever live crossing on Forever Sports. And it's going to be to France, to Bordeaux. So hopefully you can get that right because it'll be very cool to do. Tim Vandenberg says, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's been 36 hours since the game, which means yes, you can't be cited anymore. Right? As far as I understand, yes, that is the case. If he was going to be cited, it would have happened already. And no, I cannot be streaming the game for us in the stadium, unfortunately. Evan says, saw the replay from another angle, looked like no head contact, shoulder hit the ball into his chin. And says, I think he could only be cited if it was a red card. I think it was just an awkward tackle there. And it does raise eyebrows. No, you can be cited. So, for example, obviously, that incident against Jean-Cruz Malia back in Ellis Park where he jumped into Grant Williams, it wasn't even a penalty. There was absolutely nothing. And he was then cited retrospectively afterwards and was banned. So just because there was no card or just because there was no penalty or anything like that, it doesn't mean that you can't be cited. You can be cited. And people have been. But in this particular case, it doesn't look like they have cited him. Evan says tackle techniques need to be correct to avoid the risk. Well, that's I think the big thing. And that's what people are. And that's what I was saying about England is the problem with England is that they're dealing with a lot of red cards in a short space of time. And you start to get a little bit of a reputation about your tackle technique if that is the case. And so, referees and TMOs are always going to be trying to be neutral and trying to treat every single situation on its own merits. But there's always going to be sort of a subconscious amount of, well, these guys have been getting red cards quite a lot. They've been guilty of really poor tackle technique. And that's where I think the England coaching team needs to be taking a lot of, I wouldn't say a lot of the blame, but they need to be having a review because they've had so many red cards in the last few months that there's obviously a fundamental problem with the way that they are approaching the game defensively. And that needs to change because that's the whole point of these red cards. Somebody made a very good point over the weekend and they were saying that, you remember how, spear tackles was such a big thing 10, 15 years ago. And they then started saying, right, so spear tackles are completely taken out. If you dump it on the head, it's a yellow card, red card territory, for example. And it took a few years, and we had a lot of cards, stuff like that. And they made a good point saying, how often do we see spear tackles now? And we actually don't. So yes, there are the occasional times where a player is lifted up and he's dumped, but we do see it. It's far fewer incidents than there were 10 years ago, maybe. So there's no doubt that it works, and that's the whole point. And this is the thing, we can criticize World Rugby, we can criticize the officials for how many cards there are and stuff, but the whole point is to try and change players' behavior, players' tackle technique, and to change the way the game is played to make it safer. And, when people sit there and say rugby's gone soft, I think that is incredibly dismissive and very, very just wrong, to be honest. Rugby is more physical and more intense than it ever has been. And it's far more professional. The players are bigger, they're stronger, they're faster, they hit harder, they tackle harder. So rugby has never been as physical as it is currently now. So when you sit there saying, "Oh, the game's gone soft," because they're trying to ensure that people who are being tackled harder than ever are not being tackled in the head and then developing dementia later and dying and forgetting their family names. That's what they're trying to prevent. We're trying to get away from the head injuries. We're trying to reduce the risk and make the game as safe as possible, whilst keeping the core principles there. That is the point. And it has to be done. Otherwise, the game will not survive. You cannot have a game, a sport, which is, functionally too dangerous. You've got to weigh up the risk. And there will always be a risk of injury. It is a contact sport, but a contact sport doesn't mean that people need to be getting concussions every single week and long-lasting head injuries. That's what we're trying to get away from. So yes, a broken bone, concussions will be part of it. Concussions are part of every sport. In the last Proteas game, or the first Proteas game in the cricket, for example, there was concussion for being hit in the head, and there was some substitution. So concussions are always going to be part of the game, but we've got to try and find ways to reduce it so that they are isolated incidents and not the norm, and that's what they're trying to do. So I don't have an issue with the fact that they're trying to do. The issue obviously is the inconsistencies, and again, I think that's going to be a year or two of trying to clarify the rules and trying to really sort of work it all out, and then hopefully after that, it then becomes a case of the tackle techniques all adjust accordingly, and we're sitting here in 4 or 5 years' time saying, how cool is it that there are so few head injuries? That the tackling's all got a bit lower, and that hopefully the game is in a much better place because of it. So you do have to walk before you can run. And yes, so there has been an increase in cards and stuff like that. Again, I think we're talking about long-term vision here, people, long-term vision. So I don't mind. I'm not going to spend my time getting so worked up by all the cards. I've also never been one of those people who think that a red card ruins the game. I think a red card is part of the game. And I think that if you start to reduce the impact of the red card or the consequences of it, I think you're kind of losing the point. Isn't the whole point to take a hard line? And if you don't take a hard line, then you're not going to be changing players' attitudes. You're not going to be changing the way the game is played as quickly as you'd like it to be. Brendan says, if they cite this accidental incident but let Finns clear foul play, it'll be an injustice. Winter Pistol says, if Farrell gets away with his tackle, JT gets away with it too, while Farrell is currently serving a ban. We're just saying, seeing the bunker system being misused the way it has, it's like watching a field being plowed by Ferrari. So good in principle, so badly operated by those in charge. I don't think the bunker's been terrible. TMO and the bunker's obviously quite different. So if you've got an issue with the way TMO is being used, for example, then that's one thing. But the bunker, I've yet to really see the bunker being that misused. I've quite enjoyed the bunker concept. Different TMO, different set of eyes, different sort of team and stuff like that. Look, to be fair, also it is very new. They weren't, and I think before a month ago they weren't even planning on using it in the World Cup. So it was only trialed really in the last month or two, and then implemented for the World Cup. So I think it's always going to have a couple of teething issues, but I'm a big fan of the concept. So hopefully the small issues they have, they can sort of fix that quite quickly. It has been a very tumultuous time for World Rugby in the last weekend, this first weekend. There were transport issues in Marseille. There's a transport strike planned in France on Friday, which is the day we arrive. So we might be arriving to a transport strike. So that's just been phenomenal. Hopefully I can get onto my train before then and I can get to board. So that's going to be fun. And Papa Rumble says, have we had updates on Airburn? Last I saw, they said 10 days or so. But we're still waiting on scan results. Yeah, there's been no official updates since then. And yeah, so it's the press conference yesterday. Rassie Rasmus saying that he's going to be out for 7 to 10 days. Was never going to play the Romania game. But yeah, I was still needs to be able to train and stuff like that. And he's not going to be able to for the next sort of week or bit. But in theory, should be okay for Ireland as long as he's trained well and there are no complications. That is the last update we got. Dion says, question, is Dan Bigger shouting at his hook and other teammates generally considered to be okay? I was shocked by the instance, didn't even get much press. I suppose you have to ask the teammates stuff like that. I don't know, it's an interesting dynamic, isn't it? You get some people who are very vocal at their teammates and stuff. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it's a bit. I suppose it's about the line. I suppose it's sort of the amount of respect that you either have or that you give your teammates, stuff like that. So if you're in a position and that's you've been given the license to be able to do that, and people can understand where you're coming from, then it can work. But obviously, there's always needs to be a line. So as long as it has a net positive result, I suppose it can work. I've never been a massive fan of it. I think it's one thing demanding things of your players and stuff. I think it's another thing shouting at people when they do something wrong. So yeah, I think there's limits to it. Who do we face in the quarters if we lose to Ireland? We have to find out. We have to wait. If we lose to Ireland, we finish second. We'll play the top of the group A, which at this stage will be France. So we have to wait and see what happens in that group. Anyone know when Billy Boy will step down? He's never stepping down. Sian says, ref chat is mostly boring. What can be an interesting discussion on the laws and their application? There returns into fans whinging about perceived injustices. 100%. I don't mind talking about laws. I don't mind discussing the implementation of laws. It's just very tiring when you go onto a forum or you chat with people and it's Fiji got robbed because of a biased ref. I find that chat so boring. Like really, honestly, rolling my eyes type. Like I'm just such a waste of my time to be talking about supposed biased referees and referees manipulating the game and match fixing and all the conspiracies. Officials will always get things wrong. They'll always get things right. So there's always going to be a bit of gray area, and that's always going to be the case. And if you don't understand that, and if you don't mentally prepare yourself for that, you're going to be pretty miserable because that's just the reality. They are human. There's always going to be human error. And it's about making sure that we can try and reduce as much as possible. And that's where the laws come in, where we hopefully get laws which are as comprehensive and understandable as well as clear as possible so that there is no ambiguity there. Bram says, you talk about they must change player behavior. That is a stupid plan. It's done lottery, whether it's a yellow, red, penalty, nothing. How will you ever change tackles like that? Ridiculous. No. That's the whole point. It's to say, if you run in upright and there's head-on-head collision, if you run in with your shoulder and there's head-on-head collision, you will get carded. That's what the laws are. That's the whole point. Don't run upright. You have to go low. If you're tackling somebody from below the chest and you've wrapped your arms, you've got no risk of being yellow carded. Zero risk. If you're tackling below here and you've wrapped your arms, then you can't get a card. But if you go up and you're looking at and you're making the hit above the chest, then your lottery in inverted commas comes down to the timing. So yes, if you get it right and you hit them in the chest and they go down, you're happy days. There's not much room here, is there? So you hit somebody here, for example, even sort of the neck area, you're in trouble. And that's why they want to take out this grey area, this chance of getting it wrong and say, go there. Because if you're aiming for below the chest and you get it slightly wrong, you're there. But if you're aiming for here and you get it wrong and you're making contact here, that's where you're going to get into trouble. And that's what they're trying to change, is to get people's defaults and people's initial tackle technique to go lower. So we are getting away from head-on-head contact. That is the whole point, and to get away from shoulder-to-head contact. So yeah, I don't think it is that much of a lottery. It's we're trying to get people to go lower. That's the plan. And therefore, if you go high, you run the risk of getting a yellow card and a red card. If you go low, you'll be fine. That's the concept. Martin says that the Creel tackle was showed 5 times in the replay, then there was problems. Well, to be fair, the TMO looked at it. The TMO can look at everything. So I'm sure, and the fact that there was a replay on our TVs, for example, it means that the TMO would have seen it as well. But then decided not to take action. Winston says, how good was Grant Williams looking? Can't wait to see him really tearing up the field throughout the rest of the Rugby World Cup. Yeah, I mean, that ankle tap from Finn Russell was so important. Can we just talk about how good Finn Russell's defense was? I mean, we're talking about one of the most one of the best attacking fly halves in the world who put on an absolute exhibition in defense. I've never ever seen him defend that well. He was absolutely everywhere. I mean, I think he made about 8 or 9 tackles, but like last man tackles, covering tackles, ankle taps. I mean, he's an absolute demon on defense. He's just the most complete fly half out there, isn't he? You know, I think that's just the main thing we need to start talking about. Mana's saying big screen replays influence the crowd, with the crowd also involved. Evan says Williams looks deadly in attack, just wish he chipped and chased. Needs to learn to solo support, will never catch up. Yeah, that's the problem when he's the quickest player on the field. The poor guys are like desperately trying to chase him, and he's just leaving them in their wake. So, yeah, look again. If it wasn't for the ankle tap, I think he could have gone all the way. It was a great tackle from Finn Russell. It was a great run from Grant Williams. But I actually don't think we're giving enough respect to how good that ankle tap was, because if he hadn't made that, it was try time. But yeah, I mean, he's just so exciting, isn't he? He gets half a space, and once he's in a bit of space, one-on-one, you're going to back him, aren't you? Because he's got that devastating pace. He's rounding wings. You know, that's the thing. He's leaving any backline player in his wake. He's the quickest player in the squad, I reckon. At the very least, with from an acceleration point, and that's Kobus Reinach, who's absolutely rapid. You've got Kirkley, Aaron Sanchez, and Colby, who are absolutely rapid. Jesse Creel is not slow by any means, and they've all said that Grant Williams is just a different gravy when it comes to his sort of just acceleration and top speed. Absolutely mental how fast he is. My cousin says, looks like Bordeaux weather may be cool start out into the weekend, even possibility of afternoon showers on Sunday. Yeah, I mean, I didn't really plan on sitting and watching rugby in the rain on Sunday. I'm a little bit disappointed in that. The weather-wise, it doesn't look like it's going to be that cool. It does. Well, it's going to be like sort of mid to late 20s from what I've seen. We'll actually be able to do, you know, underground updates. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting weekend from a weather perspective. Hopefully we get some dry weather, because I think against Romania, obviously Ireland put 80 on them, and we'd like to do something similar. Very interested to see the team. By the way, my team prediction video will come out later today, and then we will have final confirmation of that team tomorrow evening when the team is announced. But yeah, in terms of other news, what do I want to talk about? Where are my articles here? So, I saw a whole thing that there's an algorithm which has worked out who will win the World Cup. A whole statistical thing, and it has actually said that even despite last week Friday, New Zealand has a 33.5% chance of winning its 4th World Cup. The next most likely champions are South Africa, followed by France, and then Ireland. So I think that was actually before this weekend, though. So I don't know how much. It would be cool to see if that can change. If that changes because of the first weekend results, and whether that sort of still then obviously has the same sort of favorites and stuff. Problem with statistical analysis and stuff is that, you know, it just doesn't take into consideration the human element. You know, there's always, you know, and how players can change in the day, score lines change in the day, and how, you know, one small moment which you can't predict, a red card, for example, a yellow card, an officiating error, a knock-on or whatever, can obviously be so influential in all these games. So, yeah, you know, you can always create a statistic, but there's always going to be that human element if you get it wrong. Mario says, my favorite part of the weekend, other than the box winning, were at memes about Rusty's light system. What are the odds? They mean next to nothing, and I'm just there to mess with analysts. Yeah, I mean, the only time we really saw the lights, we seemed to see a red light, and it was based, well, we assumed it may kind of go for polls, but I mean, they could definitely relay that message without the light. So, yeah, maybe it is a bit of just a bit of fun that they're having. Who do you think starts 10 this weekend? Will Money be rested? I think Money plays every single minute of the World Cup. I think that they need to build confidence into him. I think he needs to kick as many conversions and penalties and get his hands on the ball as much as possible. I don't think they would rest him at all. They could start David Williams at 10. I don't think so. I don't see why you would, to be honest. Maybe I'd rest Money against Tonga if we got there. But as I said, for somebody who's so new into his international career, I'll be playing him as much as possible. You also don't necessarily need to have to rest certain players as much as others. You know, like Stephen Kitsop, when your props, for example, I'd like to be resting those and some of your forwards. So whereas I don't think he could play every minute of the tournament if he needed to, and I think he'd be okay. So yeah. Graham says, no, you get a risk of getting concussion of your own if you go for the hip. That is why you aim for the chest, which goes up and down wrong, and you cannot go for legs in that split second. No, well, that's the whole point. You just have to get away from people going from the chest. That's literally the point, because you run the risk of then clotheslining people. We all played rugby. People all at tackle school. There's always certain things and tackle techniques. Sometimes people get it wrong, but we cannot be advocating for people to be hitting chest high tackles, because that is going to see people, head on head contact, shoulder to head contact. And that's the whole point. There were plenty of examples this weekend of very good tackles which weren't chest high and were around the waist and stuff. So that is, we're getting away from the sort of tackles. That's kind of the entire point of it. Josh says, don't you feel Ireland are very underrated at the moment? I don't really understand where that's coming from, hey? The fact that everyone's just sort of writing them off. I mean, they looked a bit sloppy for the first about 10 minutes on Saturday, and then kicked into gear and obviously put Romania to bed. And it's Romania, so it's difficult to sort of see what that really means for Ireland. They play against Tonga this weekend. I think it's on Saturday at 9 o'clock. So that'll be a little bit, probably get a bit of a better idea of where they are. I'll be with you for that watch along, by the way. So hopefully that will give us a better idea of exactly where Ireland are within their form and stuff like that and temperament. At the end of the day, I expect Ireland to get through to the quarters very, very easily. And then it's about the monkey on the back, isn't it? Then it's about they've never gone past the quarters. Then it's about that whole mental, block of not being able to get into a semi-final. So it starts to come into play. So, they're not an issue. And I think they'll very much know that. They expect to breeze through to the quarters, and I'm sure they will. It's where they can pitch up for that quarterfinal and get the win over New Zealand and France, which is not a small task. It wouldn't. I mean, and again, people will do it. Jeepers me, that's good. Just watching Quinton de Kock hitting a 6 down in Potchefstroom. People will say that they're choked. I don't think we can say that any of New Zealand, Ireland, South Africa, or France choked if they don't win the World Cup, because I think they're all four are very, very similar standards. I think it's about who pitches up on the day. If Ireland got to the final and lost to England, you could probably sit there and say, that's kind of a bit of a choke. They should never be losing to England in the final. And they shouldn't be. But I think when those four teams are going out to each other, I think it's about fair enough, to be honest. I think that they are that close with regards to the players, the ability, and stuff. So I don't think there's a lot of difference between those four teams. So, but again, at the end of the day, you got to beat who's in front of you, and that all comes sort of kicked into the quarters. But this weekend we've got some nice games. It's France versus Uruguay on Thursday. Cool to see Uruguay back in the mix. New Zealand versus Namibia on Friday. Samoa versus Chile on Saturday. Wales versus Portugal. Ireland versus Tonga. And then we've got some very nice games on Sunday with South Africa versus Romania, Australia versus Fiji, and England versus Japan. I'll be with you for 3 watch-alongs over the weekend, all coming from you live from Bordeaux, which is going to be fun. And we'll be doing live crossings and stuff on Sunday from Bordeaux at the SA versus Ireland, SA versus Romania game, which is going to be lots of fun as well. People are going to wrap up for the day there. In terms of videos to come, we've got a 5 things learned between France and New Zealand coming out later. We've got a round 1 team of the week coming out. We've also got a predicted lineup video, which will all be coming out. So we've got 3-4 videos coming out today. Then tomorrow we'll be live for the team announcement. We'll be live for this show. We will also have a 5 things learned from South Africa versus Scotland. Some other cool content coming up then as well. So if you have any questions, put them in the comments and we'll try and answer them tomorrow, for example. I'll try and join us in the next live show. We'll be live tomorrow at 1 o'clock, as usual, for the daily news catch-up. And we'll see you guys then. Please do smash the like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. And I will see you guys all very, very soon.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with Bitdefender, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on Bitdefender, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Sports Fan Forum on a oh, no, wait, it's not Thursday, it's Wednesday.
Wednesday.
And secondly, I'm the better version of Stevie P. Hey, here we are.
Oh, wow. Imagine that.
2.0.
Just imagine that.
Imagine that, yeah. Yeah, guys, well, as you can tell, we are a little bit earlier this week. I think we're getting ready for the Springbok game. We've got the team announcement, so we've got lots of books to talk about, but also Stevie and his brother are off to France, lucky bums, so they're getting all ready for that. So, yeah, Stevie mentioned that he had something with his teeth, but boys, I think that was a little bit of a teeth whitening dental job there to get himself all ready for France.
Good for the camera.
Fans looking for some attention down there.
Yeah, but obviously, guys, first week of the World Cup done, so we got loads to get through. Of course, I mean, some interesting topics to talk about, which we'll get to. But I think not maybe one or two shockers to some people, but generally, I think a lot of form went the right way. But I think, yeah, I can't wait to get into it with you guys, and I think we'll start off with the weekend with the first games. Obviously, the opener. I don't know if it was probably a little bit of a damp squared after everything because, yeah, it ended up being a massive France victory there in the end, or quite a comfortable France victory after a very nice New Zealand start. I must admit, I kind of still was. I predicted New Zealand possibly winning, so I thought, there we go. There's the New Zealand arrived, and see you later, Frenchies. But no, the Frenchies are just really, really good. So, Riza, I'll start off with you, man. How did you feel the game go? How do you think the battles of the tens went specifically? How did you see it go?
Yeah, no, cool. I see this is targeted abuse here. Yeah, no, everyone was probably wondering why I took such a break from the fan forum. Well, now you know, everyone. It's Chris and his abuse there all the way from England. But
just
first time back in a few months, so we have to ease you into it, you know. So
yeah, look, if you want to talk about the battle of the tens, I don't actually think that there was much of a battle. To be very honest, I thought that Richie and Jalibu, I think both of them actually had some decently quiet games for their levels. I think Jalibu had a couple moments that were really exceptional, but yeah, it was a weird one. I don't think it was really a game for the tens. I think that the class was shown elsewhere on the field. So I don't know if that answers your question. It may not be the one you were looking for. But if you want me to say that Richie Mo'unga is terrible, I will not be saying that. But yeah, no, it was okay. I would rate Richie's performance probably a 5-6 out of 10, and Jalibu maybe a 7.
Yeah, but how did you? I mean, obviously, how did the game pan out for you? I mean, what were you also undercoverly thinking New Zealand were going to cause an upset there, or did the form lines just show that there was no ways that France were losing there?
Sure. I must say, I actually think that New Zealand probably didn't do themselves many favors there. I think that especially in that first half, they probably threw away a couple of chances and a couple of handling errors, and it was just all around kind of messy. And I think that if they had got their game plan together and just got a couple of hands together and stayed a bit more patient in that first half, in particular, I think that we might have seen a different result. But the French, to their credit, managed to hold them off for that first half and capitalized on the mistakes that New Zealand were making and came out firing in the second half with the ability that we all know that they have. So yeah, if you want my honest opinion, I think that France have done well to get that win, but I do think that New Zealand are much better than that.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think there's a lot more that should come from New Zealand. It would be very, very scary to still write them off. Where's I'll go to you? How do you feel the game went? What did you feel there was an impact with the 212s? It looked like Fofana had the better of the centers there. How did you feel the game went? Maybe not specific in the centers there, but how did it pan out there for you?
Yeah, I think everyone was a bit shocked potentially by that early New Zealand try. You know, everyone thought, okay, here we go. This is it. The All Blacks have turned up. You know, they got their spanking from the Springboks a couple of weeks before, and now they're ready to go. But I think the French did immaculate game management and planning. So they knew that they weren't going to come up and meet the All Blacks up front from the go. They weren't going to try and match the energy. They were just going to keep in there with them, keep in with them, and then eventually when things opened up, then really, open the floodgates. So I think that was really interesting to see how the French were able to manage the game from that perspective. Barring that sort of first try by the All Blacks, though, it just never really looked like they were that threatening. It didn't feel like an All Black team of old. However, bloody Talea on the wing there is just an absolute machine and unstoppable, or just like it's very Colby-esque, but like, in the fact that he just doesn't go down. So I think, he can do some damage this World Cup. We'll have to keep our eyes out for him.
Yeah, absolutely. He's one of those players that just looks so kind of maybe unorthodox in a way, because I was also watching him and it took him, he breaks almost every first tackle almost, and he's only like a slight type of guy. You just don't expect it. It's like he's got like the superhuman kind of ability or strength, and
I may get shouted at for the comparison, but when I look at him, I almost see like a Makazole Mapimpi kind of vibe, maybe a few years back, but.
Yeah, and I think these unorthodox wings, Peter Rousseau could have been one as well. You kind of lanky, and you kind of some of these odd wings. They've got these different running styles. Maybe JJ Engelbrecht.
What about Kobus Reinach on the wing? He's like,
he's the best.
Chris?
Well, he's the best wing that we've ever produced. So, that's his dad, or no, that's him. No, it's him. Yeah. But Rudes, how you doing, mate? Yeah, I know. We had a comment asking, have the All Blacks lost their aura? Well, I'll leave that up to you, Rudes. What do you think? Have the All Blacks lost their aura, or where do you think they're going? How do you think the game went, and where do you think they're going in this World Cup?
Yeah, it's lovely to be on again, man. So for me, I saw a quote in the week that said the head coach of the All Blacks, Ian Foster, is consistent at being inconsistent. And I think that, for me, sums up the late generation of the All Blacks. I know we await Scott Robertson, the next All Black coach. He might obviously add some new dynamics. But for me, in this generation, I won't say I'm pleased, because it's always that sort of South African-New Zealand rivalry that you want to see, that's intense. But if we judge on the last game, I know it was only a warm-up game, but the All Blacks were absolutely nowhere. And I think, to a degree, I want to say there's certain people in the New Zealand media, I guess, who sort of have this entitled denial for the moment. So every team goes through a dip. South Africa has been through many. And I think this is just the All Blacks' time to lap that up at the bottom of the barrel, so to say. Being in the bottom of the pecking order, in as far as the top 4 teams to win the World Cup, they'd be fourth to be mentioned right now.
Yeah, man, Rudes, I agree. I think New Zealand, they're in a downward trend, right? I think it is players. I mean, I speak to people, our friends. Like, you look at that All Black team. Let's be honest, guys. It doesn't seem it's not as imposing as these All Black teams of old, where you're just like, how on earth are we going to beat these guys? I think we look at these teams, we think we have a chance. And I'm going to throw it. I think Fozzie, the culture, leadership is so important in sports, and I think Fozzie. I don't like to criticize people's crap, because we don't really know, but I think the culture there is wrong. I don't think they got that old proper New Zealand culture going there. I think Robinson will turn that around, but do they have the cattle to turn it around with the players? That'll be something else to see. But the World Cup's still going. They're still in it. Who knows where they end up going? I think, let's move on to some other games of the weekend. We'll focus on the big ones. I think let's move maybe to old England, Argentina. Very, very, very interesting game. I'm sorry to the Argentina fanboys. Yes, Reza, put your head back there. And I think a lot of the panel were wearing their Argentina tops.
Yeah.
I think someone called England on the panel last week. I think that was me. But look, to be honest, guys, no one expected. No one expected. England did play better, but Argentina allowed them as well to absolutely play well. So, Reza, how did you see that game? What did you make of that one?
Oh, man. It was probably one of the most frustrating games of rugby I've watched in a very long time. And I don't usually get too invested in neutral games, so to speak. But, the RGs hold a very special place in my heart, ever since they kind of joined in with Sansa. And I really thought this was their time. I must be honest. I thought that, of all the picks that I made this weekend, barring maybe the Fiji pick, I was quite confident in this one. And I must give all my credit to George Ford. He took total control of that game in trying circumstances for England with obviously the red card down. And it's, geez, what an effort by him to just game manage that and control it for his team. And I think the rest of the team kind of fed off that energy. You could see after that first drop kick went down, I think they were also in shock. They were like, okay, you know what, we can actually do this. There's a bit of self-belief there. So yeah, for me, all the credit to George Ford. I'm horribly shocked at the performance that the RGs put together. They can moan as much as they want about some refereeing decisions or whatever the case is, but they had no one to blame but themselves. They were impatient and very similar to the New Zealand team. A lot of handling errors, and they just they didn't have the temperament to get themselves into a position to take control of that game.
Yeah, I heard. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I'm believing that the national anthems are getting totally butchered at the World Cup. And someone mentioned that Argentina's was also completely butchered. And they're a team, that Latin temperament we talk about, that they get all worked up in the anthem and they gets them really going. And apparently they're looking around at each other like, what's going on? And it could have put them off, with that temperament we talk about. I'm not saying it did. They're professional sportsmen. It shouldn't. But someone noticed that they looked a little bit razzled, that they didn't get to pump out how they would normally do it. I'm not making an excuse for them, but yeah, it was a very odd game. And George Ford, those skills of kicking those goals, people saying, was also, they were bloody good drop goals. Is Argentina still your second team? What's going on? What did you make of it?
I don't know when they were second team. Did I say that? Is that what I said?
I'm wrong, Wes. But yeah, how did you see that?
Yeah, I mean, look, it was the only Super Rugby pick I got wrong, which makes it hurt even more. So
okay, all right, no need to show off,
I was just saying, join the Forever Sports Super Rugby picks there. Links in the description. But no, it was tough, eh? I think, like Reza, disappointed is probably correct, and not like in a parental disappointed way, but in a this was a moment for them to show the growth that they've had, and we just then resorted rather back to Argentina of old, ill-disciplined, scrappy rugby, no real phase play. It was tough to watch, and I think in a way, like it was. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I was glad to see England playing better, as much as the whole world seems to not like England, for very good reasons sometimes. I think it was encouraging for the state of rugby, and just actually for those oaks as individuals, because they get absolutely roasted by their media, and I think it's a very toxic place to be an English sportsman. So I was happy that there might be some relief for them this week, and maybe even some praise, God forbid. But yeah, in terms of an Argentina performance, was very disappointed.
Yeah, well, that's the thing as well. I mean, even England, there wasn't so much on attack, was there? I saw some ridiculous stat that they kicked 90% of their possession. It was just a very odd game of rugby. I don't know how much to really take on it. We'll get into some predictions later. I've got one that I will give for the England-Japan, so we'll take it there. But Rudes, what did you read of that? A lot of people would put in RGs to make it to the semis, great chance. Would they sneak into a final? What do you think happened there on the weekend, and where do you think they're going?
I think that was a defining game for Argentina. Obviously, they were backing themselves to be favourites against England, judging from the warm-ups. But then again, we saw that the warm-ups are just warm-ups, and I think Argentina, for the sake of it, also sometimes tend to be the French of old. Lately, I know they had a time where they beat the All Blacks, they beat the Springboks, but over the last sort of while, I don't think they have that same sort of rhythm that they used to. So then again, you spoke earlier about the passion. I think a lot of that sort of, when it goes missing in the game, they sort of fall apart. And then the leadership for me wasn't really evident. And then obviously the drop goals, you mentioned obviously earlier on, we were chatting on our WhatsApp group about Stephen Larkham's drop goals. Those sort of things you don't sort of plan. But I think England did. Argentina just didn't see England coming with that sort of plan, and they had no answer.
Yeah, no, it was was quite surreal to watch. But yeah, I anticipate RGs will come back hard, come back good next game. I think we can write that one off. But then we possibly said that about New Zealand coming into the French game, and they showed the same form basically that they gave against us, right?
And I mean, Chris, just to mention as well. I mean, I see Safri Kiwi in the comments there, getting some really good comments down there. But the one he mentions is Argentina also only had one warm-up game in Spain. And I mean, that's not preparation, right? I mean, all the big nations have had some pretty extensive tests. I mean, we had our New Zealand game and the whole rugby championship basically as a warm-up to World Cup. And yeah, it's quite disappointing for Argentina that they weren't able to secure themselves the fixtures that they maybe needed to get them over the line.
I think that is a biggie, and I think the story even plays back to speaking about the Fijians, the Fajua, and the prep that they've had in the Super Rugby, and then the Jaguars for Argentina. When the players have that hard and weekend, you build that standard. Your body, your mind is that I fully believe that as a professional sportsman, right? Yeah. And if you start getting less and less, that does toward the win. And you come to the big time, unfortunately, you're caught cold sometimes, and that looks like what's happened.
Last thing, Chris, if we can just, and I'm sure we'll talk about it because this was a big theme of this weekend, but obviously Tom Curry going off, and I think we can chat about that after we've spoken about the other ones there. But Tom Curry's red card, and it is a concerning issue for England because they do seem to play better when they are a man down, which
they're
was
so
true
used to it. So.
Yeah, well, I know, but it's so weird. It just seems to kick them into this different gear. So, but you don't want to become reliant on that all of a sudden you actually need a card to play well. It does seem to kind of rally them a bit, which was, so that's my thing. Well, we can talk about Tom Curry's decision and as well as then, the other two head contacts, the Chilean captain Sigrid and then obviously Jesse Creel, but we'll chat about that a bit later.
Yeah, sure. We'll just finish up these weekend games. Say, Safriki, thank you for everyone who is online and watching us today. Safri Kiwi. Well, looks like they've got a multinational or multi-support. Yeah, and
Safri Kiwi's comment.
Yeah.
There's better be a long show because we need like an hour to talk about the Bok team. You're in for a treat, my friend.
Yeah, and also that Talia is also a Safri. Maybe this is Mark Talia. Is this you, Mark Talia? Because he says Talia is half Safri and half New Zealand as well. So maybe Talia's trolling us, because he also says New Zealand can still win it. To be honest, it's definitely Mark Talia giving us a bit of a troll. But yeah, you're right there. You can't write off.
That's my boy.
You can't. I mean, Forms is going to say that New Zealand aren't in this World Cup. They were still favourites pre-opener, right? I think maybe France just came in, but it really has opened it up quite a lot. And also, Mario, thanks for your comments. All. She says Razor isn't going to make a difference. I disagree there. I think Razor is going to make a difference. I think we're going to see a better All Black side, a top 3 international side again, because they do have the players, and when they have it's just strange in New Zealand. You always used to say their third team could basically beat everyone, right? But now they really need their top players. But
hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up. Get yourself an account and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS.
Just quickly before we move on to the books and controversies of the weekend, any other games? I think Wales-Fiji is worth touching on, right? I think that was probably the game of the weekend. I don't know what you guys want to have a quick run around, but yeah, I again called Wales. I just think Wales, when they're up, I think that Months was too big of a loss for Fiji. And I also think Wales, I know Fiji came back, but let's be honest, Wales were probably checking out already when they know they shouldn't have. But I don't know, what's your guys' thoughts? Did you think Fiji should have deserved to hold on that ball at the end there, Reza, and get over and break Wales' hearts and get everyone excited?
I think that the fact that they had to be in that position in the first place, where there's a desperate play right at the end, speaks a lot about the fact and to be very honest, I think they're a better team. And I think that going on the potential that they've been showing, they probably should never have been in that position in the first place. I mean, that team is pretty poor, that Wales team. It is poor, and there's no other way about it. And as much as Fiji perhaps don't have the same level of pedigree behind them, it's quite, I think that they probably, like the point I'm getting to is that they put themselves in that position at the end, Fiji, and so unfortunately they can't complain that the rub of the green didn't quite go their way. I hope to see better out of them though, but it's encouraging that they at least showed the fight right to the end.
Yeah, no, totally. I'll get your thoughts as well. I see Barry for you. Do you think Fiji can beat us? We're going to do some predictions later in the show, so we'll do some round robins of what we think. But while you speak, I'm going to put my camera off and put some lights on because this professional presenter here just needs to get out of this dark room. So give us your thoughts on Wales and Fiji, and I'll be right back.
No, see you in a bit, Chris. I think for me, guys, I had the privilege of being able to sort of do the watch along for that game, and so that was a lot of fun. I mean, that was the best watch along I've had because it was just action packed the whole game through. There was never a quiet moment, and I hear what you're saying, Rees, but I think we don't like to talk about the officials and the refs, but I think there was maybe this comes in the controversy later on, but if you look at how many warnings Wales got down in their 22, on the line, cynical infringements, like if you're offside, slowing down the ball on a 5 meter, that's a cynical infringement. It's the same thing as collapsing a maul, so it's very similar to that. And then the Fijians go down and they commit one infringement and they get a yellow card. And this was not the only case. It was just the most blatant, of time where we saw it. So I
didn't have the privilege of watching as much of the game as you did. Do you think that it's more? I mean, did they have despite the decisions that went against them? Do you think that they should have closed it out? I guess that's more where I was heading with it.
Yeah, I think for Fiji to be able to come back into that position, given the numerous calls made against them, or calls that didn't go their way. I think is really impressive, and speaks more about the Fijian like temperament. I'm going to use that word a lot this week. Where the Fiji of old might have just gotten a bit emotional and dropped their heads and got out the game and reverted to the old. But we saw this. What I've been talking about, this more consistent Fiji, where they're making the right decision more often than not. And for me, that's what makes a good team and even a great team, is how often can you make the correct decision? You can't make the correct decision every time. The teams will make the wrong decision. Players will make the wrong decision. You're going to need a moment. But the Fiji now we see are making the smart higher rugby IQ decisions, which I think is really impressive. And so I still see them with a chance in this to qualify.
Yeah, and Rudes, I don't know what you feel as well. Are you also, there was high optimism with Fiji, right? And they ended up feeling like giving the Wales a good game. How do you feel went from? Do you think they obviously were outdone, but do you think they possibly should have won? And again, how do you see them rolling out the rest? Do you think I know we will do predictions, but how do you see them rolling out against Australia?
Yeah, I agree with Wes when he says Fiji have got obviously a new structure to them. They're not only the flair, they've got the brains. I just think it's an uphill battle now against Australia. So they were looking to set a platform and at least challenge for second spot in the group. I think overcoming Eddie Jones might be a step too far. I don't think there's reason we can't believe and hope, but I think we're going to be living on a hope with that one. The Wales game was there for the taking, and I think in the last moment it was just the rub of the ball, the moisture, and just unlucky for Fiji there. The question would remain, though, if they did score that try, would they have kicked the kick over? So it wasn't a guarantee, it was an opportunity, but I think the Australia game is just a slight push too far, although I'd love to see some more exciting rugby from Fiji.
Yeah. Yeah, but Fiji are fun to watch, aren't they? And now they have improved some of the kind of basics, you want to call it, discipline and structures of the game. They are even more interesting to watch. I'm not going to touch on any other games. Well, we'll go to the books next. But any other games besides the books, you guys have any comments on? You want to say anything?
Just
About
very
the
I
briefly,
think
how
yeah.
Ireland ran, or yeah, no,
Go ahead, Wes. Yeah, all yours.
shot
yeah,
brief.
wait.
No, I was just going to compliment the Chileans on having what I thought was a great start to their Rugby World Cup, or their debut. You know, so I mean, they did get put down quite heavily towards the end there. However, they came out and just again the level of rugby they demonstrated and played. I mean, to be on such a big stage in their first game, I thought it was it was fantastic to see the Chileans coming out and having another new side in a Rugby World Cup. So yeah, my hats off to them.
Yeah, and also for the minnows bet for sorry, Ariza.
I think, sorry, my only other game of note was probably obviously the Ireland game. I think great to see Johnny Sexton back. I don't think anyone needs to read too much about it. He obviously had quite a performance there, but it is quite a poor Romania side. But I do wonder. I suppose we'll get into when we do our predictions whether having the softer game first is a benefit or a hindrance. We've gotten over one of our big ones first in Scotland, which we'll get into in a second. I feel that stands us in better stead going into the rest of our group, that we've overcome one of our challenges already. For them, their tournament hasn't really started yet.
Yeah. I was just going to say, in terms of the minnows, it was quite exciting. And if you were a betting man and actually were brave enough to bet it, the Chileans scoring first and the Romanians scoring first, if you put that in a double, we could have all packed up or quit and join Wednesday in Botswana and our own safari lodge. But yeah, it was quite exciting to see the guys, have a good start off that well, but obviously it is, let's face it, men versus boys at the end of the day. I did enjoy Chile's endeavor. I did. They gave Japan a hard game. They had to really fight their way into that game, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys, I'm going to quickly do the betting segment brought by BOYLESPORTS. Myself truly. You've been ticking along nicely on the show. I'll just bring in the slide as we usually do. So yeah, again, we had another nice week last week. 2 winners that I gave out last week. We had the France versus New Zealand second half higher scoring that ended up winning kind of comfortably-ish, but yeah, it won, so it was good. Take it home. And Georgia's last try at the end, they also brought in this bet. But a win's a win, and we move on. We move forward.
Yeah.
And we on to 17 wins, 10 losses on the win-loss record. We up edging up to 20 units on this since we started the segment, and we had to operate in a lovely 54% return on investment. Take that any day. You're doing well. Let's say if you're at 20%, you're doing really well. So take that. Because we're early in the week, I wanted to see more teams, and the early games are too much of a mismatch and too many big caps going on there for me to get too much involved yet at the moment. But yeah, there it is. I'm saying that the cap is 22.5 for Japan against England. I just think England almost could be a false positive, that Argentina game. I think Japan should give this England team a decent run. I'll be surprised if England do run away from Japan. So I would have probably capped this around 15. So we'll give out one punt. We'll add this to the record. We'll do Japan plus 22.5. I think that's a couple points too much. So we'll see how we do with that again. Next week. So now we'll move on to the books. I think before we get to next week in the team, let's go through the game. Let's talk about South Africa versus Scotland, right? I mean, was it 15 points at the end? Victory, a couple of points higher than what the bookies were thinking. Restricting Scotland to 3. Yeah, sure, great defense, but I think Scotland also didn't do themselves any favors at times as well. So is it a dominant book performance that everyone is happy with, or do we think that there are still some issue there? Scotland didn't arrive, and there's possibly still some weaknesses, if you want to call it, that possibly teams could expose, or are we happy? Riza, how are you feeling? Where do you think that how do you think that went, and where does that leave us?
So I was fortunate enough to obviously be in our live fan park, and it was I interviewed a couple of people, and obviously they were, quite festive and enjoying themselves. But so the enthusiasm and the confidence for the books was quite high. Um, and I couldn't help but think to myself while I was doing those interviews that I'm not entirely sure that I'm actually happy with the way that they closed out that game. I was hoping that we would come away with the bonus point there. I think we had just over 22, 23 minutes or something like that in which to get that third try. And it was maybe slightly concerning, if I had to really be nitpicky about the performance, that they weren't able to create really many chances in that last quarter to kind of do that. I was hoping that they'd push a bit harder for it. From a defensive point of view, an incredible performance, and it's the kind of thing that we've come to expect from the Boks in the last, I'd say, 4 or 5 years, pre-2019. So it's very solid. I think we take it. We don't moan too much. I hope that bonus point doesn't come back to haunt us. But we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
I'm impressed with it though. I liked the composure shown. I think perhaps if I had to pick apart an area of concern for me was maybe in the centres. Dielendi and Creel didn't quite ever look like they were threatening much, in my opinion. And I think that's probably one of the areas of concern.
Yeah, I could possibly agree. Reeds, I'm going to come into your beloved books. I think you're predicting a 52-60 point win. I'm only kidding. I know you're expecting or hoping a nice big book win there. I thought it would be closer, so it was probably about right. But I mean, we can't ever really be disappointed. We shut an international team down to 3 points. But how do you feel, Reeds? How do you feel the game went?
So for me, obviously, the first half was a very tight affair. I think that the Springboks were still getting into gear. I think once those traffic lights start working in the second half, the guys started to also get their peripheral vision going. But no, I think for the sake of individual players, there were some standouts. Collectively, I think we still got to put it all together. It will be interesting to see post-Romania. Obviously, we're going to touch on that, but what sort of team they want to put together for the Ireland game, because there were some concerns in areas. I think our defence is solid. I think Ireland's going to battle with that, any team for that matter. And I think we just overpowered Scotland in that game in the second half. So our bomb squad is still relevant. I know Reza mentioned now the centres were a problem. I want to agree with him and also say that I'm not sure if it was an instruction to get the ball to Delende and he go route one again. But I think that route one is 2019, and we've moved on from there. So I'd possibly like to see a switch in the centres. And then the last cause for concern, I know I've mentioned it before. I've forgiven him. He's an amazing player, and we need him at fly-off. But I think the indication with Faf de Klerk being on the bench for this Romania game might be an indication that they want to take the kicking duties away from Manie Lebok for the Ireland game so that he can focus on doing what he does absolutely best and give those duties to Faf de Klerk. That's my opinion. But great win. I think it puts us in a good place, but there's still a lot of work to do.
Sorry, Chrissy, I just want to just quickly. I think that I'm getting hacked in the comments here. But I just want to be very clear. I am very much saying that my problem with the centres at the moment is that as a combination, they're not creating a lot of opportunities. Dielendi will always go forward. Everyone knows that. But whether that really moves and creates opportunities for the players outside him all the time is not always the case. And so, if he's creating that space and there's a game plan post those crash balls, sure, no problem. But I do agree with everyone. On defense, they were fantastic, which is exactly what we've come to expect. But I think that you go Moody, you go Esterhuizen, I think they've been creating a lot more opportunities than the Dielendi Creel combo.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks. as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with Bitdefender, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on Bitdefender, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video.
Well, that's what I want to ask. So if you had to pick a team, say we play in Ireland next week, Rudes and Reza, who's your center combination then? Rudes
Ireland.
or Reza?
No.
Mm-hmm.
Can we leave that
12
one
and
to Wiz?
13? Where's Rudes? Do you want to you did mention the center comment. Would you change them? And if you did, who would you? Would you bring in Esterhuizen? If Moody was available, would you bring in Moody?
Yeah, I like the
DW
Esterhuizen
at 12?
because I think he's got that ability with his physical. He's got that ability with his physical prowess to go forward, but also he's got the soft hands. So that's going to allow the opportunities for Kane and Moody outside and Kurtley Orange. So possibly Esterhuizen at 12 at least.
All right, and Camp Creel still at 13, yeah. All right, where's onto you, my man? How do you feel it went? Obviously, guys have made their comments. How did that go for you?
Yeah, I mean, I was proper nervous at the end of the first half. Was it, I think 6-3 we went in, and I think we came out hard in that first 20 minutes, and we were looking good. And I think, you know, we looked like we had showed up to play, and we were playing some good rugby, and we were attacking with pace. And Scotland were there matching us, you know, bit for bit, and we just couldn't quite crack through. And then our scrum started to struggle. I mean, I had to pinch myself and check what reality I was in, and, you know, in Doctor Strange and the multiverse, whatever was going on.
That was so weird.
Where I was, because it was just so odd. And so, yeah, I went into the half not feeling great, you know, still obviously, I think, backing the boys, believing we could win, but I was, a bit concerned. And then second half came in, and again, we came out with that intensity. And I think it was a combination of that, our fitness potentially, as well as then the bomb squad, as Rudy mentioned. And I mean, Ox, Mganami came on, and Trevor. So, you know, I mean, and they just said, right, we got this, and the Scots couldn't hang with those three, which is interesting, because they I think were the starting front row not so long ago. I know there's been injuries and a bit of this and that, but they were the choice front row. So I wonder if we might see a shift there, or because they were so effective off the bench, do they remain part of the bomb squad and then to have that effect? And once we started getting, sorry, Chris, which is the last thing, once we started getting our forward momentum and our scrums, and we started winning that, then things opened up for us. And I'll touch on the center stuff lastly. Yeah, I do think, like, if we played Ireland, I probably would choose Damien and Jesse. I think that despite them not creating opportunities or potentially being as go forward as an Estays and Moody combination, we still managed to beat a good team, the 5th ranked team in the world, by 15 points. And so we can create opportunities elsewhere. Obviously, ideal if we use the centers to make better ground, but I think given their defensive structure and the fact that we can still exploit teams elsewhere, I'd probably back those two. It'll be very interesting to see this weekend.
Yeah, well, guys, all I mean about the bomb squad, right? I mean, it's all about the last 20 minutes, and it has been for the Bucks for a long time, but the last 20 minutes was one of the worst 20 minutes of international rugby I've seen in a long time by both sides. There were mistakes, given away penalties, mistakes all across the park. I thought we got those 2 tries, we were going to kick on. I thought we were going to kick on and score another 2 tries, and we didn't do it. The bomb squad didn't. I mean, we regained control of the forwards. That was what we had to do, number one, for sure. But we didn't run it. We didn't I thought we would take it away from them, and I don't know if you guys feel is that something to worry about again, or is it one test, one next, that test done in the bag, and we move forward, and the bomb squad does its job again next time out? Reza, what do you think?
No, I mean, at the end of the day, people forget that we are pundits. We are there to pick apart the good and the bad. And while we are saying that it would have been, and I mean, I fully agree with you, it would have been absolutely great to see them kick on. We also understand the rigors of professional rugby, and it's not a bad Scotland team. And I'm sure that they will, if Rassie and Jacques are sitting there in the dugout having a cup and said, "Hey guys, fantastic game. That was like a little bit concerned about this," because they always have something to work on, and that's all we're saying is that if you've got to pick something that they probably should have done better, is maybe just close the game out completely. And there was a target, a tangible milestone in that bonus point that was very much within their reach that they weren't able to get. So if they were looking at something to improve on, I think that would be the thing for them.
Yeah, that was why I thought that the first half would have bothered us a lot, and we would have come out with a massive bean up on it and a kind of a point to prove. Even though we were kind of we didn't look like losing. That's really, okay. We'll talk about the card. Would have a Creel red card affected the game? I don't know. We can talk about that later. But I was a little bit disappointed. I would have liked to have seen us squeeze the life out of Scotland and at least get another try, But both teams were making the mistakes, and the turnovers were coming, but yeah, that's how it was. But let's move on to the weekend, and let's actually start. The book squad was announced today. Very,
Chris,
very
I just
interesting.
can I add something there?
Yeah, sure, go for it, man. Yeah.
I think on a serious note, the loss of Eben Etzebeth early on also flattened us a little bit. We didn't anticipate losing such a leader and an aggressive man, always attacking the gain line, cleaning the rucks. So I think that definitely influenced things in a way. And then on a lighter note, just coming back to the fly-off, I heard someone say that if you know how to Tokyo drift, then parallel parking shouldn't be a problem. So that's just for Moni Lebok and just a bit of fun.
Never heard that one before, but I do like it. Yeah, good one, Roots. You picked your moment there and you delivered. I appreciated that one. But just on the book, and I'm not I know we've had our conversation, but look, I'm a Le Book man. You guys know this, and we can bang on about his kicking, but when that boy needs to kick 3 points in a big game, he's gonna put it over, right? I'm telling you, it's gonna happen. Let him do his razzmatazz and his no looks, and he's gonna kick backwards with his bum or something. Let him do it all, and we'll be fine. So he'll be fine. Let's back him. So
I mean, if you heard Sia Khaleesi's I mean, it was all over the internet about how he defend Moni. He makes a very good point. It's just like he does everything else in the game almost to perfection. And just because it's such a visceral thing, kicking, that you see quite clearly that it's quite a target on his back, unfortunately. But I think he needs to. I think he needs to get the benefit of the doubt. He's really been playing fantastically well. He'll fix that. He'll fix it. Sure.
I agree. He can kick.
Sure.
Yes, it's not the averages we want, right? Just sorry, Wes, did you want to say something?
No.
Oh, sorry, mate. Cool. Sorry. Yeah, guys, let's go onto the team. I would say we got some changes there. I think Rudes, I'll start with you, mate. I don't know what you feel with we also quite very interesting with the scrum offs. Everyone was like, why the hell do we have 4 scrum offs in the squad? Well, here we go, boys. I think maybe the craziness has revealed itself. But Rudes, I'll give you first stab here. What is your first impressions of the squad and how they're going to go against Romania? Obviously, we are anticipating a very comfortable win, aren't you? But what are your thoughts?
So for me, it's obviously a lot of changes. I think it's a squad rotation thing as well. I mean, it's not a normal thing to see 4 scrum offs in a starting 23. But I think the versatility of those scrum offs counts in our favour. So if things happen where we perhaps, I'm just, for example, saying we need to do a 7-1 split, where can those scrum offs fit in potentially on the wing like we see Grant Williams now? So what will also be interesting for me is to see which players from this match actually then stay behind and form part of the Ireland game. We think of a guy like Jean Klein with so much Irish experience. Will he factor in, are these players just obviously rotating, as I mentioned? For me, South Africa are going to absolutely trample Romania. If I look at 1 to 23, there's experience, there's excitement. It's interesting, though, as I mentioned earlier, Damian Willemse at 10 with no Moni Lebok. who would then take over the kicking duties in the second half after Clerk? Do you then give him the opportunity in the Island game to actually take that away from Mani Lebok? And as Riza mentioned, let him do what he does absolutely best, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And just a quick one. I mean, I think the bookies again are saying a 70-point win. Is this change team, considering Ireland with a full strength team beat them what by 70 odd, just under 80? So with 10 more points, you think this team goes past 70 points margin over Romania? This team we put out, or do you think that the combos are just too fresh and too unknown, and maybe it's going to be a bit closer than that? What do you think, Rudes?
I think for me, the South African bomb squad again in the second half will be just too much for Romania. I think we've played them on one occasion, and I don't think they're going to enjoy the second time playing against us. It just wears off on you, like they mentioned. It's a slow poison, and I think there's still enough in the back line to be dynamic enough to score 10 tries at least.
Yeah. Riza, any surprises? Yeah, I think we probably were absolutely expecting a change team, weren't we? I'm not so sure about some of the combos. I mean, obviously Reina holds the dirt trackers together. Of course he does.
Okay, all right.
He always has. Even and then and
Yeah,
this,
Chris.
and what do you think? I mean, well, Grant Williams is there on the wing, and I think that's a big reason why there possibly were 4 scrum halves, right? So what do you make of the team?
I actually think probably my biggest issue here is actually with the bench, perhaps. I'm reading there's 2 things that I'm reading into here. I see Kobus starting at scrummy. I see Jaden on the bench. And it tells us a lot. Maybe it doesn't tell us a lot about which one of them's higher in the pecking order. And with Grant on the wing, it tells me nothing. I really don't know who is in the mind of the Springbok coaching staff, as if they were to choose a second scrummy to start, who's it going to be? And I mean, going off this, you would think that they're trying to give Kobus time in that role, and really it's Jaden and Grant that probably need it most. But having said this, that's the one concern I have. I don't think there's anything wrong with what they've done, but it's they've obviously got a plan, and maybe we're just not privy to it. The other thing is obviously Damien at 10. I would have liked to have seen, I'm sure Rudes will agree with me, maybe even Wes, is that Mani I would have liked to have seen him still get some time here. I think that he's riding a very high run of form at the moment, and he is a confidence player. And maybe he would have liked the opportunity to have a second half, maybe 30 minutes off the bench, to just kind of bang some kicks, express himself a little bit, and just kind of keep riding the form that he's in. So that's, if I was to be very picky about this, that's it. Oh, and Vincent Koch as well with the start there. After seeing the Trevor Bongi Ox combination, I thought that maybe they would have liked to give them again a sense of continuity, and maybe Vincent off the bench for the second half. But yeah, that's my thoughts on it. I still think that we probably put over 60 on them.
Yeah. Wes, so obviously running on the back of those guys' comments, what do you feel? What do we make of Williams at 14? Because like you say, like would have made more sense. That I agree with Reese's comments there. Give Williams a run at 9, and even Hendrickson could have got it. But what are you going to do with Hendrickson and Faf on the bench? I'm very interested to see what they want to do. Do you have any ideas what these coaches are thinking? Wes, what do you think's going on here?
I mean, if you start to try and get into the mindset of a man who unfollows everyone on Twitter except for the one team they're going to play for that week, you can lose yourself in the weeds. Before I get wrecked in the comments, I know it's X, but whatever. So no, I think it's going to be interesting. I think it's exciting. I think it's unknown. I think these guys are innovators, and I think with that comes risk, and it might not work or it might come off. Like with the 7-1, we've seen how they've deployed that, and it's worked in our favor this time. And so it'll be very interesting to see with their choices. Like again, these decisions I don't think are sprung on the guys. They're not. The guys don't find out who's starting where when we do, obviously the public. So there will be conversations with the team and saying, hey, okay, why don't we do this? They've run these combinations in practice. They've tried these, and clearly they've seen something. They think, hey, this could potentially work here, and they're thinking combinations down the line. I mean, what if touch wood? Everyone find some wood right now and touch it, because what if Lebok does go down and is ruled out the rest of the World Cup, and Hollow's not there, blah, blah, blah. Like, what about all that? Then Willems is going to need to slot in at 10. So let's get him in there with as much time as possible. So, look, this is going to be my first BOK watch along, so I am super excited and
nice, Wes.
very
Yeah,
privileged to have this opportunity, which I can't wait to do. So I'm looking forward
No
to
pressure.
the
It's
game
just
and seeing what we can do.
350,000 people.
Well, let them come, right? If you build it, they will come. Please come join us and
exactly.
watch the Boks dismantle Romania.
And Wes will bring the ladies, so it's up to 500 this weekend. Let's go, boy.
Stuff.
Yeah. No, but that's exciting, man. That's exciting for me. I'm looking forward for that for you, man. That's really, really gonna be good. Yeah, so I mean, we're gonna do predictions, but while we're on the books, I mean, I think we all know the books are gonna win, right? Are we gonna do a round robin of predictions? Anyone fancy Romania on the weekend? Yeah.
Okay, that's just a waste of fan forum time, Chris. Really.
Yeah, but what margins are we going by? Because I think you guys
That's
brought
what
up a
I
good
thought.
point about like, it was a full island strength team who got then about just 70 odd or just over 70. So what do we think for margins? Do we think, as you said, Chris, it was a good point, because this is a new combination, fresh combination side. Can we put 40, 50 plus, or will it be a bit scrappy and maybe a 20 plus game?
I think if you look at 40, 50 plus, just to jump in there, Chris, I think that is a scrappy game. I think that is a scrappy game. I think a good performance is 60 points plus. I think a scrappy game is 40 to 50 points.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I don't know if you want to add anything there. I think 70 points is about right. I think maybe we'll be just short. I don't know. It'll be the second half, won't it? It's a lot about the second half with these Minnow teams, with how much they got left to hang on their roots. But I know you said
I'm going with South Africa 77. That's 11 tries, but only 8 conversions. So the final score 71. Romania are going to get 1 consolation try, so 71-5.
All right.
So you get that right. I'll buy you a bottle of whatever it is that you drink, buddy.
Well, that's actually what we are.
And then I say Romania to score a try. I think we're going to give them a try in the 80th minute, just because we don't want them to Romania.
Oh, gee, Rudes is so full of it, eh? So full of it, Stephen, eh? Nice, Rudes. Yeah, well, actually, we'll say we want to talk on to contribute. Quite a big talking point of the weekend was the cards, right, and the decisions, and we've gone through this many times. I think we all agree that we want to protect the players and we should protect the players. So there's all these rules in to do that. We also don't always want to criticize the referees, but they brought in to man this, right? And they've been heavily criticized when they've had to make decisions on the field. So in brings the bunker system, and we think that's all going to sort it out. However, we've almost got 3 identical collisions and 3 completely different outcomes. Guys, it is not, I don't think it's acceptable. I'm not going to put it on the refs because we are humans, but it's not working, right? I'll start with you, Reza. What are your thoughts on those collisions for one and the decisions that were made? And what do you think actually, where do we go from here? Do we have to just ride this out and hope it improves, or do we change? Do we have to simplify it? What do you think?
I do feel for the refs in this case quite a bit, because the card situation is actually quite ambiguous. The punishments, though, for cards that are, well, let's go first with play that is dangerous. That is the one reason for citation, and 2 is contact with the head, right? And so you can have a reckless play, and contact with the head is there after a aggravating factor. In fact, when you're looking at penalties over and above cards, because I don't want to go too much into the cards, I'll let one of the other boys do that. But those scenarios where they look into post game, there's been no consistency at all. It says there that they should get, I think it's a minimum, a mid-level is a minimum 6 game ban. And we saw even before the World Cup started that simply just isn't happening. There's a whole bunch of reasons that they're offering up as, this is mitigation, and this is aggravation, and this is just, we're just keeping quiet on it. This is just the punishment we're giving out, and no one seems to know what the standard is that they're working off anymore. And I find myself very frustrated at what's going on. And you know what? If it had been consistent throughout, and even the Creel card, if it had been consistent throughout, and he was given a card for it, I'd be sitting here going, yeah, no lacquer, shot 100%. We move on. But that isn't the case, and so you can understand other nations when it goes against them are rightfully up in arms at the moment.
Yeah, Wes, I'll move on to you because I know you wanted to comment the Creel. Let's talk about the Creel. I mean, I think do you feel that what should have that outcome have been? What do you feel it should have been? I know it wasn't. It was obviously not even looked at. Do we even know if it's cited as well? But secondly, also, I mean, what do you feel? Because for me, how come us as the public can see it and go, okay, that's obvious. Why are we as non-professional referees not getting paid to make decisions? Seemingly can make the decision. Like, what do you think is going on? It's the same for VR in football, right? You see some very dubious and weird contentious. So we just brought more human error. And let's add on some more human error, and let's be happy with two wrongs make a right. Like it's very odd. What do you think there, Wes? What first with the Krill incident and all of it? What do you feel?
Yeah, it's a really tricky one, but I'm going to just try keep it as simple as I can. So we saw obviously Tom Curry with a sort of upright in the tackle, head-on-head contact, no real mitigation, got the yellow card, which I think is definitely the correct call, to the bunker for the review. And I think the ref made the right call there. Fine. And then you go to the TMOs, and again, they judged that there were no mitigation factors, and so that could be upgraded to a red. And I think it's a harsh call, but I think it's a strict or a reading of the laws, like as they are. This is what it is, and it's a red card. So I think you can't be too cross with that, because you can go, okay, I can see how they got there, so I get it. But then you had Martin Sigrin, the captain for the Chilean side, doing almost the exact same thing as Tom Curry, and got a yellow card, got reviewed. So cool, the ref did the right call there. But then it goes to the bunker system, and it's deemed that it's going to remain a yellow. So all of a sudden you're thinking, wait a second, how can that be? If you look at them side by side, I think it's almost the exact, like, identical tackle. So for public, I think what the players are after as well, what I think they're desperate for, is give us the reasons why. So you said there's no mitigation, but then why was this one? What's different? Show us the difference. It's like the office meme where Pam says, corporates asked us to pick out the two, spot the difference between these images, and there isn't one. It's like we need to know what's going on. And then Jesse Creel, again, the ref, I'm not going to blame the ref because there's so much going on in a game. They've missed it. But this comes to the TMO. I mean, we've seen, this is the most involved, I think, TMOs and VAR and bunkers and whatever's been involved. So how do you miss that? Is it the directors, the TV directors? Again, I don't know how it all works in the operation room, but surely someone saw it. Well, clearly someone did see it, because the ITV commentary team would not shut up about it. And again, rightly so, because if it was happening to us, we would be, I can tell you there, Nas Twitter would be absolutely fuming in the SuperSport studio. I mean, it would just be unbelievable. So again, it comes down to that. We just want consistency as players, as fans, as sportsmen and women. You want consistency. And what that breeds, I think, is actually then safer conduct. Because if players don't know what they can and can't do, then you have this sort of weird gray zone. So, yeah.
Well,
totally.
I mean, the one thing you can't do is have contact with the head. It's just about what is the correct punishment for differing severities of,
Sorry, I'm there with you. And I agree. Yeah. I think if I was to look at all those situations, I think all of those are red cards. Looking at a strict interpretation of the rules, I think they're all red.
Yeah, I agree with where they are today, right? But say this whole head thing. But guys, you've got to remember, we play in rugby, yeah, right? We've all played the game. Head contacts happens in every single game, no matter what, if it's intentional or not, it happens, right? I know so let's go to you, Ruth. So that's what I'm saying. Do you think the onus is much more on the players, because it is happening in every game? I mean, in a rugby high-speed collision, when you got split seconds to make a decision, and the head contact is going to happen no matter what. Is it still on the onus on the players, or is that the mitigation? We say maybe it is lowered, because we are seeing red cards for what for me is accidental head contact that you can't prevent. And also, like Safriki makes a point, I was going to make it with you. Do you feel these refs need to be on loudspeakers on the stadiums, talking through the reasons and why they made a decision? So two questions there: how much of it is on the players to actually not have the head contact, and And do you think that maybe refs actually been heard at the grounds? Could that make a difference?
I think for me, the refs obviously have a tough job in as much as these sort of decisions. But in my opinion, it's like there's a sense of a frenzy that's or euphoria that's overcome the referees. They've been given a mandate, and all of a sudden they're making the decisions in that moment of frenzy, basically like from the worst possible scenario that they'll go to that first. So they'll go. I know they talk about mitigating factors, but if I look at a referee, to explain my point, I think it's Wayne Barnes from England. He's always of the notion that obviously contact that's deemed foul play, he will start at the very bottom being a yellow card, and then at a point where it is a red, he'll make that decision. But I think for the moment, the mitigating factors are not really apparent to me. It's like frenzied decision based on moments where it's split seconds where you have to decide you must now drop your angle and tackle, where the person who's attacking you's hip is much more likely to knock you out as well than your ability to perhaps stand up in the tackle, So sometimes I think the physical contact thing, we mustn't get away from the fundamentals of rugby and spoil it with these sort of nuances in the laws, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think we've also.
Yeah, go guys.
Sorry,
Okay, you go first.
If I could just very quickly, I think that it's a bit of an aside to the card thing. It's just that the experiment that was had with the 20-minute red card rule and then replaced with another player was one that was quite interesting to me, because I feel like that takes pressure off a referee to make that red card. If they suspect it's within the definition of the rules, give the red card, because it doesn't totally ruin the game. It's 20 minutes off for that player, and then they're allowed to replace him afterwards with somebody else. I think that rule probably needs re-looking at. I think that there's some tweaking perhaps that needs to be made there, but I think that it takes the pressure off the referee to make those hard calls, especially when they're unsure. If their first instinct is it's within the rules, I think it's a red card, then give the damn card and let's move on with the game. But yeah, that's something to add to the conversation.
Add on that, Riza, it's like we want to see, or I would like to see, a scenario where the World Cup, there are more yellow cards. We don't want to see any red cards for that matter. And perhaps a scenario where if you build up 1 or 2 yellow cards, you suspend it for the next game. We're losing the basics of it by bringing in the red card bunker system, etc. I think it's complicating a scenario that could be quite simple. So in other words, let's just see more yellow and less red.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video.
Wes, I think you wanted to also chime in some last comment there.
I mean, we could be here, and talk about this for about an hour by itself. But I think 2 things, and then I promise I won't say anything more about it. But I think one, I agree with you guys in terms of, and it was brought up in the comments as well on one of the watch-alongs this weekend. I don't agree with watching things in slow motion all the time. So I think you should use slow motion to identify where contact was made. So you use slow mo to see, okay, there is contact on the head. Cool. So we've got a head contact. Or if you're not sure, it's kind of like when in cricket, when the ball goes past the bat and it's kind of close, it's like, right, can we get ultra edge just to see? So you use slow motion just to see, okay, Was that where contact was made? Then I think when referees and the TMO in the bunker or whatever they are, they then need to watch the incident in real time, not slow down, because you know there's contact with their head. So you need to watch it at the time that the player had to adjust to the decision. And I think that will give them a more realistic understanding then of could the player realistically get out of position. I will just say though, for Creel, Curry and Sigrin, they were all bad tackles. They were all in the wrong position. They were never going to make effective tackles. They were all upright, high. That's a bad tackle. I don't know about you, Oaks. We say we all played rugby. I was never taught to tackle like that. They were all upright. Like it's just yeah.
But have you never gone into we've all at some point gone into guys a little bit shorter. The games we've all gone in high at some point, not deliberately. At some point, the angles of the tackle, what's happening. I'm not, you know what I mean. For me, my last shot, I just feel those type of incidents are at the moment, yes, red by letter of the law. Now all three were red. However, for me, some of these incidences are too strict. These rules are too strict for the incident. I think we need to strip it back a little bit. Some of those things are not red card offences. For in a game of rugby, that's not a red card offence. But we are where we are. So that's my last.
But,
I think.
But if you talk about so I had two. Go. I already said one. But I was going to talk about then if you say in the game of rugby. Because at the end of the day, and I know we hate saying this, but it is a game and people's lives need to carry on after rugby. And there's a real issue with CTE and head collision and concussion and brain damage. Like that's just it. And so if we want people to continue playing rugby and there's a massive fallout in the US of what's going on with football, American football, like parents are not wanting to put their kids into American football because of the CTE. So that sport, might crumble, might not crumble, but what we want to see is rugby preserved. And for me, the core of rugby is not making head contact. I know that's not what you're saying. The biggest tackles I've seen ever made in rugby have been good, low, strong, hard, positive tackles where the head's not even anywhere near the other person's head. So I'm all for the physicality in rugby.
Okay.
I'm 100% there with you, but I do think sorry.
I agree. So I think with the games, because this has kind of shifted in the last 5 years. So in saying that, I agree. So I'm totally agree. If this embeds all players to be going low all the time, like it becomes this normal habit. But then I guess that's maybe where I'm missing the point. I'm going to see a different game of rugby, not the game of rugby I knew and watched and knew. And it's going to be, it's going to be a different-ish game, right? It's going to be more aerobic. What's the word they call it? So are we prepared to say goodbye to the game of rugby almost as we prepare, because we are changing the rules that much for the good of the person, maybe not the good of the game.
The
maybe
rules
rugby,
have changed. We 50-22, kicking it directly out into touch, line out, scrum, hold set. Rules have changed.
Chris, I've never looked at a game of rugby where there hasn't. I've never looked at a game where there hasn't been a high tackle and gone, geez, that was a pretty soft game. Like that's never crossed my mind once. Like rugby, when it's done properly, is still hard. It is still aggressive and physical and all of the above. And yeah, I think if this is the approach you want to take, then I'll send you the Owen Farrell highlight clip again, and you can have some dreams about that.
I'm not saying it. I'm saying it's a high-paced physical game. You're not going to get it out. I'm sorry. You guys might think if you want that, that's fine. There are going to be head contacts every single game, no matter if it's deliberate or not. Maybe the guy's trying to go low or not. It's going to happen. I promise you that. So every game you're going to watch the rest of your life, you'll see a head contact somewhere. So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
And I'm just
handballs
saying
happen
the
in
rules.
football. Handballs happen in football in the penalty box. It's a card or whatever the case is, a penalty. So that's it, right? So that's against the rules, and if that happens, then there you go. Anyway,
I know, but we need to protect the players, and I totally agree. I just said just get them set up, but no, because I was going to talk about headgear, right? But you're right. Go to NFL. These guys have state of the art helmets, and these guys, but they get properly slammed to the ground.
Yeah.
So but I mean, you're talking about this might be you guys made people get upset. What I'm trying to say, I'm not trying to say we should go headbutt each other every game and get dementia. I'm just saying maybe there needs to be laws that everyone needs to wear proper state of the headgear. It's available. So why aren't rugby players putting on headgear if they can use it? Why would they?
No, anyway, because headgear has been proven to just be. It actually makes American footballers go in with worse tackles
Fair enough.
because they've got their
points.
headgear on, and it's been shown
Yeah,
to
that's
not
a
be a
good point.
deterrent to terrible tackle
Yeah.
technique. It's actually one of the worst things for
Alright.
it.
Yeah. Bruce, do you want to say something? Add one more last. This has gone on 50 minutes. We thought it might do. I should have started it earlier. But yeah. Bruce, you got anything else to add before we go into some quick fire predictions before we end the show?
I'm good, my brother. You fire ahead.
Yeah. All right, guys. Let's go to. Yeah, we've gone a little bit over. I apologize, guys, but I hope you guys
That's World
enjoyed
Cup.
that
It's World
theory.
Cup.
And
It's okay.
Yeah. So
Oh,
we'll do
yeah.
predictions. Yeah, we'll all have a go. I think there's 8 games, so we'll all have a stab at 2. I will go first as the host because I'm allowed to make that decision. So, there we go. France by 50, New Zealand by 60. There we go, easy. And then we'll go around the table as we go with Rude's first. Rude will take you to the next games, and that will be Samoa versus Chile and Wales versus Portugal. What's your Samoa-Chile prediction?
Samoa 38-12 against Chile, and then obviously, sorry, what's the other game? Portugal?
Wales, Portugal.
Sorry, Wales by 50 at least. So
Wales
53-3.
Wales by 50. Okay, the bookies have got them 30. So you thinking they got that very wrong? Then it's a heavy Wales victory. Yeah, I also think Wales should be putting them by 50 as well. Wes, we'll move on to you. Wes, we've got Ireland, Tonga. How do you see that going?
Yeah, I mean, we know the Tongans love the World Cup, and I remember when we played them last in the World Cup pool game. So, I think the Irish do come out on top. Obviously, I'm going to say Ireland by about 20 points. So, yeah, I'd say Ireland by 20.
Yeah, the bookies got there by 30, so it just shows you how it's these games that we not used to seeing, how it's hard to kind of match them, right? Even though we know it's going to be a dominant wins, but by how much, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
And then, we've got you in the South African game. Where's you did give it earlier, but what's the margin in the South African game?
Yeah, I was
buddy, commit.
torn. I know. You boys are saying big margins, but I do think like maybe potentially some of the combinations could be new. But I think if you just look at how star-studded the backline is and the power of the forwards, so I'm gonna say South Africa. Yeah, South Africa by 65.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was leaning as well. Yeah. And Riza put you on probably the best, they're leaving the best games for last for us this weekend, really teasing us this weekend, not even though they are big games, but they are going to be quite interesting to watch. Australia, Fiji, how do you see that one?
Oh
play?
Man, you've given me sure. I'll tell you what, I want to go with Fiji, but I think that Australia probably takes some heart from that first win. And I think Fiji will be quite demoralized. So I'm going to go Aussies by 10.
Yeah, I like that. Also agree. I think Aussies will just be too much. I think they've grown. They would have taken out of that Georgia win, and I still think that if you want to call them tier 1, because I think Fiji might still even be above Australia. I haven't seen the last rankings, but I still think when it comes down to the crunch, at everything equal, to these teams at this level, the better the team wins, right? And then England, Japan, Riza, as I say, it's 22 points. I'm calling in England 10-15. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I actually think I'm going to go with an England by 20.
Ooh, close to the. Yeah, you think you build on that win against Oz? You saw enough there.
Yeah, I'm actually. It's more about the Japanese at this point. I think that they aren't actually playing the rugby that they should be at the moment. So yeah, I think it's more down to their performance.
Yeah, fair enough. It could be. We get on the bet. Yeah, I'm just gonna say I think it should be 15. So I'm taking the points there on the betting angle. But yeah, I agree with you there. I see some of the comments, guys. Yeah, Josh and Mario, they want us to talk about Marcus' injury. We didn't. I hadn't. I'll be honest. I have been busy all day. I hadn't picked up on that. Just before we end off, does anyone want to comment on it? How is he injured? What's going on there, guys? Because I don't know. So fill me in there as well. What's going on there?
We don't know, right? That's the issue. He's kind of gone off for scans and stuff for an undisclosed injury, so it's all being kept a bit hushed at the moment. Which is not
right. I think the last headline I saw was that apparently it's being touted as minor, but what minor means, in the context of a World Cup is a minor could be 2 weeks out for something, so, and that's quite a lot. But yeah, look, I mean, keep. I'm sure Stevie P, he's going to keep us updated.
Yeah, absolutely.
And just keep following the channel, guys. You'll see it here as soon as we know anything. Yeah.
Just quickly, I'm interested. What did this happen in the game? I didn't see it. And what is the injury? Do we know what parts of the body? Do we not know anything
I
at this
think
stage?
I think it's something a knee, I believe. I think
Okay.
it's a suspected ACL something.
All right, guys. Thank you very much. I thoroughly enjoyed that. Brings us to the end. Now we're looking forward to another weekend of no matter who's playing. We love it. We always will. And yeah, thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. Guys, please join into the boys. Stevie P will be in France. So exciting for them and for the channel. Loads of stuff going on around the channel. Give Wes support
France,
on
Uruguay
the
tomorrow
weekend.
night.
France, are you on? Or who's doing the watch along tomorrow? Is
Yeah,
it you,
I'm on
Rudes?
tomorrow
Rudy's doing
from
France,
8:30.
Uruguay.
Join Rudes on the watch along tomorrow, and obviously across the channel there will be fan cams and pre-shows and Gees for the boys. And
Don't forget to
everyone's-
make your predictions and your Super Brew and
Yeah, your
fantasy.
Super Brew.
Do all those
fantasy
things.
team.
And
Yeah,
Yeah,
and thanks to
do
Boyle
all that good
Sports,
stuff.
our sponsors, to get on board with us for this journey. If you fancy signing up, get a sign-up bonus with the link in the channel as well. But thank you, everyone. Thanks for joining. And yeah, guys, we'll see you all soon. Cheers.
Thanks,
Thanks, guys.
Chrissy. Appreciate it. Cheers, guys.
Can I talk or?
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports for today's Rugby World Cup Team of the Week for the first round. 8 games, 16 teams, a lot of players on display, and we've managed to whittle down to a 15-man team of top performers and standout performances over the weekend. Now, when it comes to a team of the week, it's always going to be quite contentious. There are always going to be some very unlucky players to miss out. There's always going to be some players who some people might disagree with and stuff, and that's why I want your input.
And welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. My name is Cal, and I will be taking you through not only the pre-match chat for Chile and Samoa as the teams appear to be arriving at the stadium, probably getting warmed up at this point, but the footage at the moment is them arriving at the stadium. Good to see Liliano, who is set to become one of the, if not, well, soon to become the oldest player to play for Samoa in a Rugby World Cup, which is already a fantastic achievement for him. We are en route for the game, and I think it's going to be a cracker, especially after the way that Chile played against Japan last week. Yes, they lost, decent margin, but they played really well, and they had some very standout players in that game, I thought. So this game will be coming to you live from Bordeaux, Stade de Bordeaux. It's a beautiful city, and currently, actually, a couple of our team members from Forever Sports are in the city at the moment with Steve, our head streamer, at the stadium. So lucky him. I wish I was in France for it. So this is a Pool D clash, obviously on the 16th of September. The game gets going in about 26 minutes. So we're just going to go through some of the team news, some stats, some did you know stuff, and head-to-head meeting, that kind of stuff. So this is Samoa's, I think it's their 9th World Cup. They've only missed one, the very first one, back in '87, which New Zealand won to, I suppose, open their dominance of professional rugby, I guess. So Samoa going into this, they will look to be, I suppose, improving themselves, and I think they will. They've certainly got a talented squad and a lot of players who have performed international rugby duty for other countries. So you've got Stephen Luatua, you've got Lima Sopoaga and Liliafano, both, Luatua and Sopoaga both played for New Zealand, both All Blacks. And you've got Liliafano, who quite high scoring player for Australia. And I think he was the top point scorer for Australia in the last World Cup, was it? Or it was 2 World Cups ago? So a lot of, I wouldn't say new talent, because these players have been playing for a while, but I suppose new to the Samoan setup. And as they show Liliafano at the moment on the screen, it'll be his 4th Samoan cap today. He has 26 previous Australian caps, and obviously quite a point scorer. Although I would say that his kicking has been a bit erratic of late, but he obviously had a long period of time away from international rugby. I think, if I'm correct, he battled leukemia for a while, hence his time away. So, did you know that since Rugby World Cup 2003, Samoa have played a South American team since then, and the 5th time overall after 3 matches against Argentina and 1 against Uruguay. Chile will look to emulate their fellow South American teams who have all won a game within their first 2 matches. So in order to do that and keep that, I suppose, streak alive, Chile would have to win this game. Argentina recorded their first win against Italy in their second match, and Uruguay won on their debut against Spain. And obviously Uruguay, pushing on and certainly doing really well against France on Thursday. Head-to-head, these two have never met. It's their first meeting. The last time Samoa played a South American team was 18 years ago, and that was against Argentina in Buenos Aires. It'll be the fourth time Chile have played against a Pacific Isles team, after playing Fiji in 2003, Tonga in 2010 and 2022. But they've lost all of those games by an average of about 18.6 points. Let's take a look. So, team notes for Samoa in Rugby World Cup history. They have only made it out of the pool stages 3 times, and that was 91, 95, and 99. So they haven't done it in quite a while. They've played 32 games, won 13 and lost 19. They've never had a draw. So they'll be looking to build and get that closer to about a 50-50 split. And obviously in a fairly competitive pool with England, Japan, and Argentina, who will desperately be looking to bounce back from a pretty poor outing against England, a 14-man England. So as I said, Samoa will be attempting to reach the knockout stages for the first time since 1999. It's been a long absence for them in the knockout stages. They have finished 3rd or 4th in every pool since 2003. So they have not won more than 1 game at a single tournament since 2011, and that's a stat they definitely will look to correct in this World Cup with games against Chile. And with then the stars returning to the country, they'll fancy their chances, I reckon, against Japan. So it's certainly a pool that they have potential to progress out of this pool if they can upset Argentina. So let's see what happens. The last few games they've won came against USA and Russia in previous World Cups. They've won their opening match of their 7 times of the previous 8 Rugby World Cups, only losing their first one of those 8 against South Africa in 2007. And who would blame them? South Africa that year were fantastic, to be honest. And so, nearly half of their total Rugby World Cup victories have come in the first game of the tournament. They look to increase their try scoring rate at World Cups, having not reached double figures at a single World Cup since 2011. They only scored 7 tries in 2015 and 8 in 2019. And again, most of those tries, 6 of their 8 tries at 2019 World Cup came in the first game against Russia. and only one Samoan has ever scored a hat trick in a rugby match in a World Cup, and that was Alessandro Tuolangi, probably the biggest winger most people will ever know, against Namibia in Rotorua in New Zealand in World Cup 2011. What they will want to improve on from the last World Cup is their discipline. In the last World Cup, I think they earned 6 yellow cards across 4 games, and that will just completely scupper their chances of getting out of this pool. They will really, really want to improve on that. Let's have a look. They have not led in a Rugby World Cup match since 2015 against Russia at halftime. This is at halftime, at the break in all 4 games. And they were restricted to 9 points or fewer in the first half of each game in 2019. So obviously, another one they will like to improve on. On the hand of Chile, obviously this is only their second game ever in a Rugby World Cup, but it's really, really nice to see them in this team. In this tournament. I think they've already shown a lot of heart in their loss to Japan. And obviously Rodrigo Fernandez scoring first in that game against Japan. And also, I think it was last year or maybe the year before where he scored the try of the year, the World Rugby Try of the Year, with his effort against the USA in what looked like an absolute mud bath of a match, and yet he scored I think it was a 60-meter try, solo effort, which was brilliant. Their 12 points scored was the most by a team on their Rugby World Cup debut since Spain and Namibia in 1999, who scored 15 and 18 points respectively. Georgia were held to only a 6-point scoring in 2003 by England, and Portugal scored 10 against Scotland in 2007. Form guide. Well, let's take a look at the form coming into this. So Samoa finished second in the 2023 Pacific Nations Cup, with their only loss coming against 6-time champions Fiji. And even that was a 14-point loss. But the rest they weren't too bad. I mean, they lost by 4 points to Ireland coming into this tournament, which is, against the World Cup the world number 1 and one of the favorites to win the World Cup. Not bad. They were actually leading that match at halftime, 10-7. So that says a lot for them. What else have we got to go on here? This is the first time that they're entering a Rugby World Cup tournament with at least 2 wins in the calendar year. So, that's not bad. That's a good showing of what they're aiming to do, where their progression as well. They won only 1 of their 4 tests leading up to the Rugby World Cup in 2019. 5 of their 11 tries this season have originated from unstructured possession, with 2 from quick tap penalties and 3 from steals. So they will be looking to keep it quite tight, obviously, in terms of the set piece. And I think, looking at their pack, they certainly have a chance to exert some pressure on the Chileans. And one player I'm very, very excited to see how he goes is Theo McFarland, Saracens player. Usually plays in the back row, but is playing lock today. But he's a very, very athletic, very skillful and rangy player. And I specifically put him in my fantasy league for that exact point. Chile, key stats of the last game against Japan. They were vulnerable from scrums, conceding 3 of their 6 tries from the base of a scrum. They're up against a Samoan team who haven't scored many from this. They've scored 3 tries of their 11. So it's about, less than 30% of their tries have come from this origin of possession. Chile will want to look to defend for longer periods of time after conceding 3 of the 6 against Japan from first phase. Chile, obviously known as Los Condores, were patient in attack with Japan, with both their tries coming after 4 phases of possession, which is really good. It shows that they can build an attack. And with players like Rodriguez and Ayaza at 15, they have a decent attack. And Ayaza was everywhere in the last game. He made quite a few breaks, which were really good. And I'm I'm keen to see what Chile will do in this game. I think they won't give Samoa an inch. I think they will certainly take it to them, and we'll see how it goes for them. Chile lost 5 of their own lineouts in the last game, with 3 in the middle and 2 at the back. When they threw to the front, they won 100% of their ball. So you'll probably find that they'll probably utilize that a bit more. But I imagine they've been doing some work on their lineouts during the week to build up to this game. So, as I mentioned, this game is coming from Bordeaux, the Stade de Bordeaux. It's already seen 19 tries in World Cup 23, the most of any stadium on the opening weekend. Both teams will be playing their first test ever in Bordeaux. Samoa have played 10 times in France across 8 different venues since 2007, while Chile played their first test on French soil in the opening round of the World Cup 2023 in Toulouse. The referee, Paul Williams of New Zealand, he debuted as a referee in 2016. This is his 32nd test in charge and his 4th game as a Rugby World Cup referee. So, a fairly experienced referee, and I think this will certainly be a nice game for him to referee, getting his World Cup campaign, if you like, off to a good start. So now what we're going to do is we are going to go to a video of the Chilean team, and I'll be back with you in a couple of minutes to go through the Samoan team. right, there we have it. That is the Chilean team for today. Some exciting players in there. Obviously, you got Fly Half Fernandez. I thought that the scrum half from last week against Japan was very good, and obviously Ayatsa is a quality fullback in his own right. But going into the Samoan team, in the front row, we have packing down James Lay, Sialala Lam, and Michael Alatoa, who is the captain. A huge 128 kg behemoth. Locking down, we have Chris Vui and Theo McFarland. McFarland, again, I mentioned, I think he's going to do really well today. And then we have, at number 6, Teleni Siu. Number 7, Fritz Lee. And number 8, the ex-All Black, Stephen Luatua, who has been plying his trade at the Bristol Bears for quite a while now. And a very, very, obviously a very popular character. Number 9, we got Jonathan Taumateni. Number 10, the ex-Wallaby, Christian Liliafano. 11, we have Nigel R. Wong. Number 12, Tumua Manu. At 13, we have Ulupano Sauteni. 14, Danny Twala. And Duncan Paiawa at number 15. On the bench for Samoa, they have quite a good bench, it looks today. They might make a big difference in this game. Sama Malolo, Jordan Lay, Paul Alo-Emile, Sam Slade, Jordan Taufua, which is one hell of an impact player to bring on. Eritara Enari, Lima Sopoanga, ex-All Black Lima Sopoanga on the bench. And Ed Fidau, who is the only try scorer from their last Rugby World Cup game. In this match day 23. So it's going to be a good game. I think it's going to be a bit more contested than people actually think. I think it'll be close. I do think that Samoa will probably win it, although I'd love to see Chile win, I'm not going to lie. I've kind of fallen in love with this Chile team and how they play rugby. They were really entertaining last weekend. But do interact, get your score predictions down in the comments. We'll have polls throughout the match. And also, shout out any players you think will really stand out in this game. I think we're in for a good one, to be honest. And I'm really, really, really excited for this one. I'm glad this is my kind of first game to break into the World Cup. Assistant referees, obviously we got the main referee, Paul Williams. Assistant referees, Angus Gardner from Australia and James Dolman from New Zealand. And the TMO today is Brett Cronin. So, not too long now until the game starts. I am looking at the big matchups today, I think, are going to be Carrasco versus Alatoa. I think Theo McFarland and Pedrero will be an interesting matchup. Luatua versus Martinez, be interesting. Liliafano versus Fernandez, that's going to be really interesting. And Chile are making their way out of the change rooms now with their stunning red kit. I love it and I really want it. I think if I win the Forever Sports fantasy and I get to pick a kit, Chile straight away, their red kit, love it. And then also, I think the fullback battle will be really important today between Paiawa and Ayaza. Ayaza being a 100 kg fullback, it's not light. He's just really powerful, really good runner. Although the one difference, I think the packs are not massively different in terms of weight, except when you get to the back row. Chile have quite a light back row, whereas Samoa have quite a heavy, a bit of a heavier back row, about 10 kgs on each player. So it'll be an interesting battle between the two sides. Hopefully Martin Sigren can lead his troops effectively, and quite a young team, this Chilean side. I think their oldest player is their hooker Watchalong, and he's 37. With their youngest player being Santiago Pedro, who's 22. So he's a millennial baby, born on the 30th of November 2000. Right, so the teams are walking down, just seeing the Samoan white kit. Really, really nice kit. I think it's the one thing that every country that has a white kit, you usually be like, okay, well, it's usually their away strip because England have the white kit. But I think England's white kit is so boring, and this comes from an England fan. Whereas the away teams that use the away white kits that they've got, so your Italy and not Namibia, but Samoa, they're really nice. They're all quite clean. They've got nice colours. And here we go. Teams are coming out, led by the two captains, Alatoa and Sigran. Bordeaux, really nice stadium. The weather looked perfect for a game. No rain, unlike the way it bucketed down in the Namibia versus the All Blacks last night. And hopefully we'll see a bit less of a one-sided affair. I was hoping that Namibia would be a bit more cohesive and clinical. Yeah, I didn't expect them to win, but they certainly made life far harder for themselves than they needed to. All right, so teams are lining up for their anthems now, and looks like a pretty packed stadium. So let's get ready for this game. Right. Excuse me. What are we looking at so far? So let's go through some of the players to look out for during this game. Ed Fidau, he's on the bench at the moment. As I said, he was the only Samoan try scorer from not just from the last match, but from the last World Cup, named in the match day team after crossing twice against Russia in the Kumagaya Rugby Stadium. Liliafano was top point scorer at Rugby 2019 for Australia with 23. Australia can't have scored that many points then. He scored 171 points, including 1 try, 23 conversions, and 40 penalty goals across his 26 tests for the Wallabies. He made his Samoan debut against Japan this year, aged 35 years and 301 days. He turns 36 on the 22nd of September, so next weekend. And he will become only the second Samoan to play a Rugby World Cup match aged 36 or older, after Peter Fatialofa at Rugby World Cup 95 and Tusi Pisi. Oh, that's a name. Back from he was such a good player back at the last World Cup. Duncan Paiawa is the only player to have played every minute for Samoa across this season, all 4 tests. He's currently on a 2-game try scoring streak after scoring crossing just once across his first 4 tests for Samoa after making his debut against Italy last year. Going through the Chilean anthem at the moment, so we'll keep going with some of these. Danny Tuala has provided 3 try assists in 2 appearances this season, with 2 for Tamua Manu and 1 for Liliafano. And then Tamua Manu has scored 5 tries in 7 tests since making his debut against Tonga. On to Chile. Let's have a look. So they've made 4 changes to the starting team that lost to Japan. Watchalong comes into the team and will make his debut 7 years, Rugby World Cup debut, 7 years after debuting internationally for Chile. But it makes sense considering this is their first Rugby World Cup. Inaki Ayaza made the most line breaks, 8, and beat the most defenders for Chile, 30. This season, including a team-high 2 line breaks and 6 defenders beaten last game. So he was very effective against Japan, and he'll be looking to carry on with that performance in this one. Torreal Ba made 2 line break assists against Japan last game, creating space for Ayaza and Gareth Ulick as well. With ball in hand, he made a team-high 17 carries and the second most gain line meters with 59, and he beat three defenders as well. Raimundo Martinez made a team-high 11 tackles against Japan with 1 breakdown steal. His work rate at the ruck saw him make a team-high 32 entries with 25 on attack and 7 in defense. Benjamin Videla represented Chile at the Rugby World Cup Sevens in 2022. Scoring a try in Cape Town. He is one of the 3 players that will make their Rugby World Cup debut off the bench if he comes on, alongside Pablo Casa and Esteban Inostroza. And then lastly, Clement Saavedra was the main target at line-out time against Japan, winning 6 throws, and moves to the back row for the 3rd time this season after starting against Uruguay on the blind side and Namibia from the open side. So let's look at the head coaches just as we get ready for kickoff. The Samoan head coach, Mapusua, played 26 times for Samoa, including 3 World Cup games. He earned 7 caps for the Pacific Islanders between 2004 and 2008. He's been head coach since 2021, enjoying 8 wins from 14 games in charge. So not terrible. I mean, let's be honest, Eddie Jones has enjoyed a far less pleasurable start to his career with the Wallabies, so not terrible. This will be his first test as either a player. This will be his first test as either a player or head coach against a South American opposition. And then the Chilean coach played 48 times for Uruguay. Most notably, I think he scored the first try against England in 2003, even though it was about 118 to 13, I think the score was, or something like that. He scored 2 tries in that World Cup. And he's chasing his first victory as a head coach after losing 4 games with Uruguay and obviously Chile's last match last weekend. So we are now set for the Samoan challenge of Chile. Chile set up in a nice little arc. That's not a nice light. Let's go to that. There we go. And I love watching the Pacific Isles doing their huckers, especially when it's like a Samoa v Tonga or a Fiji versus New Zealand, and they're doing their huckers to each other at the same time. Now that's quality. That is, I love it. Obviously not the case in this one. And Michael Alatoa will lead the challenge from the Samoans. And I think this will be a great game. I think we're in for a really good game here. Let's take a look. Remember, in the chat, guys, chuck in any players you're kind of watching out for, as well as score predictions. Get your score predictions in, and we'll see who can get the closest. If you haven't, like the video, like the stream, and subscribe to the channel. Also, we've got our code there for the Fantasy League. Join up, give it a go. We are giving away a free match day supporters jersey of your choice to whoever wins it. So I think what Samoa will really look to do here is look after their is to really keep on their the discipline. For some reason, the last two days I just cannot remember that word. They need to stay disciplined. I know Chile I think they got 1 or 2 yellow cards last week, and they will also look to completely manage that so that they'll keep their full complement of players throughout this entire game. They don't want to be playing a man down against a heavy Samoan team who have a proven track record in World Cups. But I am very much looking forward to this, and they've just broken for the pre-match adverts. That the anthems are sung, the haka has been done, and we're getting ready for it. I'm super excited for this game. Come on, Los Condores. I really want Chile to win, by the way. I really would love to see Chile win this game. But yeah, just keep on watching. You will get the live step-by-step action from the channel, and hopefully we will see a major upset here. I don't know if it would be an upset. I don't know if it'd be a major upset. It's not like Samoa, I suppose, are classed as a tier 2 nation. Although, yeah, Samoa are a bit hit and miss because they've been very good. They've beaten Australia before, and I actually watched that game. It was really good. But at World Cups, for a long time, they just haven't performed. So we'll see how this goes. Liliafano, in his white scrum cap, will be starting the game off, kicking left to right. Recognize a Munster. Porter says, recognize a Munster player on Samoan team. Can't remember his name. I'd have to go through the team again. I can't remember the Munster players. Let's have a look. Munster. Does Chris Vui play for Munster? Chris Vui might play for Munster. No, he doesn't. Vui plays in the Premiership. Okay, so Samoa kick off and immediately take the restart. Already on attack. They feed to the centre field, and it looks like my phone's playing lock. Liliafano feeds his backline and is looking to set up some phases here. Chile are trying to ruck over here, but don't manage to get their hands on it. And this is great hands from the Samoan forwards. Tamateni is feeding Liliafano. Big cutout pass to Danny Toala, but it bounces backwards and he has to regather. But he's marked well by Videla. Tamateni feeds Alatoa, who takes it into contact. Chile have done well here. They pushed them back over their own half. So it's back in Samoan's half, and it looks like Tamateni will shape to box kick. And it looks like is that Theo McFarland? Oh, there's a tap back, another tap back from Samoa. So Samoa regain possession again. Chile really need to start getting players up in the air for those contests. Samoa looking to spread the ball wide. They do so. And who's number 11 for Samoa? Nigel Awong takes it in, feeds Teleni Siu, but they're pushed out. Chile have done well there. But no, sorry, it's a Samoan penalty for not releasing on the ground. And it looks like it's their captain who's been penalised. I can understand what he's trying to do there. He's trying to get possession away from Samoa, who've had the ball for the entire opening minute and a half. Remember, Chile scored quite early in their game against Japan, so let's see if they can replicate that. It came from broken play and some poor tidying up by Japan. So they'll certainly look to capitalise on mistakes from Samoa. Samoa through Liliafano, kick to the corner, and they are about, I'd say, wow, that's not a great kick from Liliafano. He doesn't even get it into the Chilean 22. That's not a good kick. Just outside the Chilean 22, they throw it in. They've got it at the back, and they've set the maul, and it's Seolala Lam who has it at the back. They're moving sideways at the moment, and Tamateni decides, this isn't going anywhere, so I'm going to feed the back line. Oh, and they've done a little dink over the top for Danny Payar's chase. Ayaza's covered really well and got the pass off in the tackle, but they're going to come back for the penalty. Samoa, I'm guessing offside. I didn't see the ref stick his arm up, but very good covering from Ayaza at the back. Oh, I think it was a call from the touch judge for offside because the referee never put his hand up. So, are Samoa going to take the points here? Yep, Samoa are going to take the points. So Kevin Baxter, 24-7 to Samoa. Physical, dynamic, and attack. Fair enough. Let's hope. I hope you're wrong, but not a bad shout. Although I think there'll be more points scored than that. I think it'll be a bit higher scoring in this game. I think we're going to see some open play. So Liliafano to a very straightforward kick right in front of the poles to open the scoring for Samoa, and to get this game well and truly underway. Does it perfectly, just chips it over the bar, and that will be 3-0 to Samoa. 5 minutes gone. Nice white scrum cap there for Liliafano with the nice Samoan emblem on the side. Really, really nice. There is the head coach of Chile with a nice little making a heart with his fingers. Yeah, so it's a good start for Samoa. Had all the possession, all the pressure. Chile kick off into Samoa's 22. Samoa have mauled it out. Tamateni feeds Alatoa, who rumbles it up, and they're going to look to clear here through a box kick from Tamateni. It looked like Liliafano was looking to kick there. Tamateni has not kicked it out because obviously it would have been out on the full. Ayaza plays, feeds Saavedra, who passes on to Fernandez, who's through the line. Oh, and he's brought down, and he passes He gets it off the floor to Torreira. They're about 50 meters out, 5 meters out now. Come on, Chile. Come on. Saavedra? No, Torreira. They're in the 5 meter now. They're number 3, who is Dittus, who I think I might have in my fantasy league. They are literally a meter from Samoa's line now and looking to push themselves over here. Nope, Samoa repelling them quite well. Taumateni should be penalized here. He's on his hands. Oh, and I think Chile are over here. And they are. Chile scored the first try. First try of the game, and it's Matias Dittus, I believe. Certainly someone that heavy. And another fast try from Chile. And I just love this team. I love how much flair and I love how much passion they have. What a break here from the Chilean 10. Dummies his way inside and then gasses on the out. Good tackle there from Samoa to bring him down, but just really good continuity from Chile. Oh, there could be a card here for Samoa, and that was definitely taken out high off the ball. And this is just what I mean, is that they cannot. Samoa have now potentially put themselves in big trouble here, and I think they're reviewing it. This is it's so unnecessary. Why do that? Now, are they reviewing the try or are they reviewing the tackle? Well, tackle, it was off the ball. The try, I think, will stand unless there was a forward pass. Right. So Fernandez takes it to the line. Yep, tackled off the ball, shoulder, and it's high. That's going to be at least a yellow. And it's so unnecessary. And who is it? Is it Danny? Is it Tawala? No, it's 13, so it's Saltene. He's in trouble there. That's a high shot on 14, so Videla completely takes him out, and he never got the ball. I think there might be a yellow card here. Completely takes him out of the game. What do you guys think? Yellow card? Yeah, Porto also yellow maybe. I think yellow probably with maybe not a review. I think it's just a yellow. But again, it's unnecessary. Like, I get, yeah, it's your first game. You want to make a stamp on the game, but it's reckless. It's wild. Like, it's not necessary. I think Samoa have done themselves not Samoa, but the center, Salteni. It was unnecessary, and I think it's just. Oh, and it's being reviewed by the bunker system. It seems that all yellow cards are actually just getting reviewed at this point, which. I don't know. It takes away, I suppose, a bit of decision making from the referee, which I can't decide if it's a good or bad thing. Like, they should be able to make their own decisions. The referees should be able to make conviction in their own decisions. But I think that will probably stay as a yellow. But yes, the try stands. Chile hit the lead with the conversion to come. Although I think the ITV stream is slightly behind, as I think we're about 20 seconds behind. So it'll be Videla to kick out from near the corner, near the touchline, and nails it. 7-3 to Chile. And could I be right? Could this be the upset that I was talking about? Let's hope. They're currently ahead of the clock. Love this from Chile. Real passion. Love it. Playing really, really well. With limited possession so far in this, first 7 minutes. So at least 10 minutes with 14 men for Samoa. I don't see it being a red, but with honestly the way it's been going recently, it's a bit difficult to tell what they will give a red card and what will stay as a yellow. So Chile take it in their 22 off the kickoff, and they're looking to play it out. Chile already made a sub. No, it's 14. So it's Videla. So they rumble it up again through their forwards. And Torreira, I think, will set a box kick here. He's got his number 5, so Pedrero covering him. Samoa almost managed the charge down off the box. and Fiji tap it back, and Videla has claimed it for Chile. And this is good from Chile. They're keeping possession, they're winning it back from their kicks, which is great, like Samoa were doing. So this is going to be a good contest. And rumbling it up is Carrasco. Torrealba, was setting, but Samoa win the penalty for not releasing. And you'd think right in front of the poles, I'd say about 25 meters out, you'd think they just look to knock it over the poles. And they're looking at the head coach of Samoa. He can't be too happy, Mapasua. He cannot be too happy with the just already the discipline of with his team. And this is something that Samoa, if they want to break out of this pool, they cannot afford to do that against teams like England, Japan, and Argentina as well.
Battery low.
So who is it for, Southern? Yeah. Oh, but it stays a yellow. Okay, so it's been cleared already. The yellow card will stay a yellow card. Which is lucky. Not lucky. I mean, to be honest, it wasn't a red card offense, I don't think. But Samoa will certainly be breathing a sigh of relief. They will certainly. Oh, and Liliafana looks to bring it round off the kick. Does so, just. And that's one thing I've noticed about in highlights of the Samoan games this year. And Sia Khaleesi and the other Springboks are in the stadium watching the match. Good to see them. Khaleesi, Etzebeth, and Colby. They're all sitting in the stands. They're on TV at the moment. But yeah, Liliafana's goal-kicking style, he has a lot of draw on his kicks. And I've noticed it's caused them to miss quite a few this year. So Chile restart the game 7-6 in the lead, and they kick just into Samoa's 22. Samoa have rumbled it out, and the Mauls keep going. It's kept going. Tamateni does. And they've got advantage now. Samoa have got some advantage off and Tamateni breaks off the side and feeds Lamb. They're almost up to halfway. And they'll take the penalty. The referee calls back for the penalty because there's a double movement on the floor, and you'll think that Samoa will look to clear their lines here. Gain some field position. So a penalty kick for Liliafana on the Samoan 10-meter line, and you'd think they'd look to try and get up to the Chilean 22. It's not the greatest of angles, but with his draw on his kicks, I mean, he's certainly got a decent amount of territory there, going about halfway between Chile's 10-meter line and their 22. So fairly deep into Chilean territory. And Lamb will throw in at the line out. He's also sporting a Samoan white scrum cap. And they throw to number 4, Chris Vui, who you'd expect to have a lot of say in. Actually, I think Chris Vui was playing for Bristol Bears as well, because I think Chris Vui is quite a talented artist, and I seem to remember that. But so they're attacking through the center through Manu. And there's another advantage for Samoa. I thought Tamateni had knocked it on there, but it looked like there'd been an infringement from Chile. And Chile are going to have to be careful here as well. They don't want to give too many penalties away against the Samoan team. Don't want to let them play too much. Lamb bumps off Saavedra in the center. They are 6-7 meters out. Samoa held up well in the midfield by Gareth Hewitt. They're playing down the right-hand side, and Paiawa feeds it infield, but it is knocked on, so they'll come back for the penalty. And you'd think, with the way Samoa have been going at the moment, they will bag another 3 points, take the lead, and they will be winning this yellow card period 6-0, which will frustrate Chile. I mean, you'd think, well, they would definitely want to capitalize on this man advantage. But Samoa haven't conceded a penalty yet, and that's because they've had most of the possession. But Chile have already conceded 5 within 13 minutes, and that's going to be a real concern for them. They really don't want to keep that going, because then cards start flying and they just concede a lot of points. Yeah, that was a silly penalty to give away, diving over the ruck, and a ball that had already been lifted by Tamiteni, just tapping it out of his hands. You can't do that. So Samoa going for the poles, and no surprise there with a yellow card. Take the points and take the lead in this game. I suppose with that early try, they'll want to settle the ship and start to build their own scoreboard. So Lilofano slots that one over, 9-7 to Samoa. I think about 5 minutes left on their yellow card. They are winning this yellow card period, and that's good game management from them. Well played by Samoa. So after this start, how are we feeling? Do we think that Chile? Oh, sorry, 2 minutes 15 seconds left on the yellow card for Siuteni. Chile kick off again. There's been a lot of kickoffs already. So many penalties and then tries, and one try. Deeper into Samoa's 22 this time, and Tamiteni will pass back to Lilofano this time, who clears line, and he managed to get it out. Not a fantastic kick from Lilofano. I think he's only just got it outside of his own 22. And you'd think if that keeps happening, Sopoanga will be going, I think I can do a better job. But it is a great story that Lilofano is playing in this World Cup, and that he's actually just playing rugby at all after what he went through. So Chile reclaim their line out, and they've knocked it on. They tried to start a maul, and they've knocked it on in the maul. So Samoa will have a scrum on about their own 22, with just over a minute left on their yellow card. And I think Chile will be disappointed with this. Not only for their
battery low,
that's poor game management in giving away so many penalties, but just that was not a mistake, an error that they should have made. They were in a good field position, and they didn't need to put that pressure on themselves to play it too quickly. They just needed to consolidate their field position and set a strong maul. But trying to pass it back too quickly cost them. Samoa with a good 46 kg advantage in the scrum, and they've won the free kick from that, from an early shove from Chile, looking to obviously fight that extra weight with a bit of a speed off the mark. But they've given away a free kick, and I think Samoa will set another scrum. And that is the end of the period of time for Siuteni's yellow card. I think he will only be able to come on at the next break of play. So I believe that will be after the next stoppage. Or I think if this scrum is reset, he'll be able to come back on. But Samoa will look to exert dominance here. They obviously have a quite a bit heavier scrum than Chile, and they'll look to exert their experience in international rugby, I think, over Chile here. And it's at the base of the scrum, and they win a scrum penalty. So, and here Siuteni will be coming back on now when the kick goes out, I believe. I don't think he'll come on until the kick's been made. There is Sigren having a chat with the referee, asking him about what's the penalties for. And actually, Samoa are being quite intent here and picking another scrum. I think they might be playing for their own yellow card here. instead of clearing their lines, which would have probably been the obvious choice considering you're on your 22. But I'll tell you what, Matthias Ditas with a little bit of blood coming from that eye. And looks like he's already got a bit of a black eye, actually. But he's been called in to do his duty at the scrum again. And it's Chile will want to really, really find a way to neutralize what you'd consider to be a Samoan weapon in this game. Their scrum being this much heavier, a good 46 kgs heavier than the Chilean scrum. Good scrum. Chile have actually kept it up. Perfect. And Liliafano clears, and I don't know why they just didn't take the penalty. But it's rolled all the way back to Fernandez in their own 22. Ayatza takes on the line, does well. So Chile about halfway up to the 10-meter line in their own 22, and it looks like there might be I thought there might be a turnover there for Fritz Lee, but no, he's given away a penalty for not Fritz Lee, but not rolling away. The tackler not rolling away. Fritz Lee actually, I think, was well within his right to go for that ball. And Chile will clear their lines through their fly half, and what you would kind of call their mercurial player, Fernandez, and not a bad clearance from them. From the Los Condores. They, that was close. From Vui. In from the side, I'd say. And it's Luatua, I think, that's been penalised for not rolling away in that tackle. Luatua and both Vui and Luatua playing for Bristol Bears for a while together. Really popular characters in the squad. So, on the Samoan 10-meter line, it is Chile's throw-in. They recover possession well. And Toriel Ba takes a dart but gets hit. And Dusselon picks up and goes himself, makes a couple of good meters there. Chile play out to the right and looks like they've been stripped here, but Samoa have knocked it on. And it'll be another scrum. Lots of scrums in this game. So it'll be feet put into Chile just inside Samoa's 10-meter line. And if they're doing water breaks in this game, it will be soon because we are just over the 20-minute mark. So I'm watching on ITVX and it's fine. It's just a little bit behind. Caroline Molina, Chile. I agree. I want Chile to win this game as well. Right, so 20 minutes on the time now, timer. Wait, why does Samoa have the ball? I'm pretty sure. Okay, it was the first knock-on was from Chile. So it'll be Samoa's feed within their own 10-meter line, and I hope they'll look to actually do some attacking here. I hope they'll look to play out of their own half. And we'll have a little bit less kicking, especially from these two sides that they'll want to. Well, Samoa, I think, have an attacking threat certainly, especially in their wings, through Tuala and Nigel Awong, both very good players. But Videla and Lorenas are not bad themselves. Videla, I rate Videla quite highly, but he has a good 29 kg deficit to deal with on Nigel Awong. So maybe Awong will look to exert that pressure on his opposite number. So Samoa go left, and it's quick hands, but I believe that's a forward pass. It's also gone into touch, so I think they'll come back for. Oh, there might have been another high shot here. The player's down for Chile, and I'm not sure what's happened. I didn't see the tackle on him, and I really hope it's not a similar kind of injury to last night for the Namibian player. for Milan, which was horrific and so sad for the guy because that's his World Cup over and he probably won't be in a Namibian shirt for a while. So let's hope this is nothing too serious. The game is stopped by the referee. Let's see. So the ball goes out. Oh, and I think it's just a head knock. I think it might be a concussion here. And it looks like it's Videla. I think it was a spot tackle by Videla. And does well, causes the interruption, but I think he got his head on the wrong side. So let's hope it's nothing too serious. He'll go off for an HIA. But hopefully it's nothing too serious and that he can return. So a pause in time, exactly 21:21 on the clock, and a good chance to look at the first 20 minutes of the half the half break. So obviously Samoa with the early 3-point lead and a lot of the possession pressure and territory in the opening minutes. And then Chile, from seemingly nowhere, score a brilliant try and take the lead in emphatic style. And a good kick to convert the try from Fernandez. Videla is going off for his HIA, as he certainly should, and he's replaced by Pablo Casas, who is 11 kgs his heavier, and maybe a bit more of a closer likeness to Nigel Awong, who's a lot heavier. Hopefully we'll see Videla back on the pitch because he's very good player, and quite obviously got good dancing feet. But we'll see how that goes for him. I think he has 10 minutes to return to the field of play, if he is going to. So where do we go from here? Let's see. The game will restart with a Chilean scrum for the knock-on from Samoa in the tackle. It wasn't a good tackle because he's got his head on the wrong side, but the outcome of the tackle, the knock-on from Samoa, obviously, beneficial to Chile, but they will actually want to get this ball through their scrum quickly, and look to actually attack the Samoan backline. So, and just as if not doing what I asked them to do, Chile give away a penalty straight away for just collapsing immediately under pressure, and it looks like it's their number 1 Carrasco who's been penalised for that. Alatoa really imposing his dominance on Carrasco, and does just straight away buckles under the pressure of Alatoa, and penalty given. And this time Samoa do kick for the line. Better clearance this time from Liliafano, almost up to the Chilean 22, and you can tell the coach is not happy. A lot of shaking of the head here from the Chilean head coach, the Uruguayan. And so we'll see what happens with Videla, but at the moment we play with Carrasco on the pitch instead. Casas on the pitch instead. Samoa take it off the top, sloppy ball, but Tamiateni feeds Liliafano, who attacks the line. They're inside the 22. Tamiateni feeds out the back to Fritz Lee, who takes on the line again. And Samoa looking to keep it tight. Tamiateni out the side to McFarland. It looks like McFarland. And this is good from Samoa. They're keeping possession, obviously not really going forwards, but they'll want to create some phases here. This is phase 6 of the attack, and not making much ground as of yet. Selala Lam attacks the line, and then James Lay goes again. And this is good. Lam out the back to Liliafano out the back. And it's a lot of out the back passes. Wong takes on the line, but is stopped well by Chile. And this is it's an awful grubber kick from Sauteni. And it's a penalty for diving straight off his feet after not a good kick. and a very good defense there from Saavedra of Chile. And Fernandez also to have some time, calm down the team and clear their lines. Goes to about 9 meters, 10 meters within their own half. And yeah, just not a good kick there from Sauteni. I feel like he should have actually just put his head down. And I suppose Samoa is showing a bit of rustiness. It is their first game, but haven't really challenged the goal line of Chile just yet. Whereas obviously Chile scoring the only try of the game, and they did open the scoring in their previous match as well. Just their second try in third try in World Cups, in their first World Cup. So Chile play out to their own 10-meter line, and Torrealba feeds out to Huete, who puts his head down and does some grunt work. And so Torrealba feeds Fernandez, who launches a high one for his backline to chase. It's been taken in really well by Peawa. Luatua puts his body over the ruck and defends it. And this is Samoa. You can see what Samoa are trying to do. They are trying to attack, but you just feel that their handling is not the handling, but the speed is not there. Alatoa just goes straight to ground to set a ruck and try and calm this down. And it looks like Taumateni will box kick for his backline chase. Fernandez with an easy take, no pressure on him there really. Passes out to Huete, who rolls out of one tackle. And Torrealba will feed it out to, I believe that's Carrasco. No, or is that Ditas? Carrasco. And Torrealba, I think, will set the box kick here. And does so. So a bunch of his backline players will chase, and it's claimed by Samoa. It doesn't go very far. It's on the halfway line. So Alatoa feeds out the back to Liliafano. Liliafano feeds Luatua. Luatua feeds, who is that? McFarlane? No, or is that? I can't even see their numbers. So it goes out the back, and Luatua now. Oh, he's knocked it on, and Chile will get a chance to run back on this. Fernandez trying to chase down Liliafano, who swung it back out wide to Manu, who hands off and then is eventually caught. Alatoa, and McFarlane's knocked it on straight to Carrasco, who runs it straight back at them. Chile showing really good dogfight in this attack. Torrealba thinks about going left, decides to go right instead, and holds it off just enough time to feed Saavedra, but damn it, there's a knock on, and they will come back, I think, for the Samoan knock on. So it'll still be Chile's scrum, because I think they were still under advantage. And you can see how there are quite a few Chilean flags in this, flags and fans in this crowd at Bordeaux, which is really good to see. I love it when there are like a hell of a lot of you call it, I suppose, tier 2 nation fans, and I loved like the tier 2 traveling fans. They're always great. You think of when Japan was seen as a tier 2 team. Oh, that again, that could be trouble for James Lay. It's arguably a tip tackle. I would argue that should be looked at, certainly as a penalty. He's lifted him above the 90, although he was going down. Not 90, over the 180. Sorry. Oof. So I think it's Chile's ball. I'm pretty sure it's Chile's ball. And from what I gather, Videla will not be returning to the field of play. Now he looks agitated, but he looks okay, which is a good sign. But he will not be returning. So Pablo Casas will be remaining on the pitch. Referee wants to talk to the captains here. It's a knock on, so it's Samoa's ball. But they're inside their own half, and Chile are applying some good pressure here. They just need to they need to keep exerting that pressure and keep up their continuity. Their attack, they need to build phases a bit more. They start to do it, but then handling errors and occasionally a penalty get in the way. But I'd say that it's quite positive from what I've seen from Chile in this game so far. I'm pretty happy with it. I'm pretty happy with how they're playing. Right, so we are just under 30 minutes into the game. Any more score predictions for me, guys? We've had one from Kevin Baxter, who theoretically could still come true. And Chile win the turn over the scrum and attack down the left-hand side. Torel Ba slings it into Huete. I think that's how you say his name, Huete. And then Torel Ba will field again. And I believe that is Dittus. Oh, and I think, it's a penalty to Chile. Oh, fair enough. Torel Ba takes it quick with a tap. And he's dancing around. Oh, and was that Fernandez? There was a great line break there from, I think, Fernandez. And Chile just right back on attack. Tamateni trapped in there and pleading to the ref to say, look, I can't get out. Oh, and Clement Saavedra takes a great line, gets a tackle bust, but is tackled in by a second player and knocks the ball on. But they'll come back to the penalty for Tamateni not rolling away, despite pleading with the ref that he couldn't do anything. It looks like Sayalala Lamb's down, clutching his head. We'll hope he's okay. And Tamateni rocking a blonde mullet for that any Australian would be proud of. Which, is a real surfer dude look. And oh no, sorry, it wasn't Fernandez who made the line, the great line from Chile. It was Saavedra, Domingo Saavedra. And I think there's something like 4 sets of brothers in this Chilean squad, which is pretty awesome. I love that. You always hear about the Barrett brothers, and other brothers from different squads. But 4 sets of brothers in one squad. That's crazy. That's really cool. But also, it gives it a nice family element to it as well. So we are. Chile are taking the points here. Chile could hit the lead again, and that'll be good going into the last 10 minutes of the second half. But a good run there from Saavedra, and who's number 5? Pedrero, decent setup there. But yeah, Tamateni, I don't see particularly what he's meant to be able to do there. What a nice lay on from Carrasco, and just unfortunate from the other Saavedra to knock the ball on in a double hit. So Fernandez will be looking to put Chile into the lead with a fairly straight. Oh no, it's not. It's Gareth Fulick. Why isn't Fernandez kicking? So Gareth Fulick knocks it over, and it is 10-9 to Chile, and that's good. That's good stuff there from Chile. You might notice the scoreboard and the clock are slightly ahead of the commentary. It's about a minute ahead. So good penalty there from Gareth Fulick. And with the last 10 minutes to play in this first half, Chile lead. And I did think Chile had a shot at this game. So I hope they can continue this pressure. Ayaza takes it cleanly and steps out the first tackle, but looks like McFarland almost holds him up there, but he does get to ground. And Huete takes it up, doesn't get very far, and they're still in their own 22. I don't believe they left it. So Torel Ba will look to clear through a box kick. Oof, under pressure from Vui there. And doesn't get it out. Duncan Paiawa does really well to keep it in, but off his feet. So penalty to Samoa, and they will probably look to take the lead again, take it back from Chile. I keep wanting to say Italy for some reason, but no, they won't. You'll think that Samoa will want to take that lead back from Chile. and certainly have the opportunity to do so here. But I have a feeling from the angle they might want to go for the corner here. And yeah, definitely straight, not supporting his own body weight there. Yes, he's on his feet, but I mean his elbows were down on the floor and he's over the ball like that. So definitely, and Liliafano will go for touch. So it shows intent from yeah, okay. I thought he kicked it dead there. So here we go. On the really good kick from Liliafano to the 5-meter line. And it will be Sayalala Lamb to throw into their line out. A good attacking position here for Samoa. And I imagine they will try and set a maul here and get one of their big players over. They go to the back through who's number 6? Siu, but it's knocked on. And that will be very, very frustrating for not only the players, but the coach as well. It's a good take off the top, but Luatua cannot take it from the pass that comes off, and he should do better than that. And you can tell he's frustrated with himself, but should do better than that. And that's just, predicting a tackle. As any rugby player knows, if you have your eyes on the man in front of you instead of the ball, you're probably going to knock it on. So Chile with the chance to clear the lines with a scrum here, scrum feed on their own 5-meter line. So they've turned over one of Samoa's scrums, but other than that, they've been under pressure. So they're going to look to probably get this out quickly. But with 7 minutes left to play in this half, you'd think definitely they are definitely. Oh, they're not even going to play the scrum because it's a free kick to Chile. So they'll be happy with that. How they will set, I'm not entirely sure. They will probably look to clear. They'll probably look to clear. And they do so, and they get play up to the 10-meter line. Obviously, it'll be a feed for Samoa, but much less pressure, much less pressure on Fiji's line, obviously. So let's have a look here. It goes off the top down to Tamateni, who feeds Liliafano, who gives it to his 12 to truck it up. Tamateni again looking to feed, does so Liliafano, and there's another knock on, this time from Sauteni, but they'll come back for a penalty to Samoa. And this one, centre field, I have a feeling Liliafano will go for to regain the lead. And considering they haven't looked like scoring, makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. I don't blame them for that. I'm streaming from Edinburgh here, so it's a bit chilly. Summer is certainly gone now. And yeah, so Liliafano stepping up for the kick. That he is doing. He's stepping up for that kick. Oh, someone's lost the a studded section of their boot. As in their boot and the plastic that holds the studs on, that part's just fallen off. Which either shows that there's a hell of a lot of pressure going through those studs, or they came into the game with not the greatest set of boots. So, Liliafano, can he convert? He does so, and Samoa reclaim the lead at 12-10 with just under 5 minutes left to play in this first half. Good stuff there. Samoa, not threatening Chile's try line, but attempting to look after that scoreboard as best as they can. I'd say very unconvincing play from Samoa. Lots of handling errors. Chile not making it easy for them. As I said, they wouldn't. Chile kickoff just outside the 22, which means that number 8, Luatua, has to take it back in. Excuse me. And they look to clear the lines. Fernandez, he takes it inside his own half, but runs it out. This is good. Oh, and a spot tackle on halfway on Dittus by, I believe it is McFarland. Pushes them back over their own half. So they're back in their own half. Chile do maintain possession, which is key. Ayaza feeds out wide to number 22, I think, or 12. I think it was 22, though, which is Casas, sorry. Chile's still playing in their own half here. Torrealba decides, we'll go left instead, and does so to... oh, my God, I can't. Give me a second. Where is it? No, I don't want the match list. I want me. There we go. No. Oh, where am I looking? So Chile will play out to the right, and they've still got. Oh, I'd say Samoa offside there. Ayasa thinks about what to do, then passes to Fernandez, and here he is. Sigren attacks the line. They finally up over the halfway, almost up to Samoa's 10-meter line. Good continuity here. They're over 8 phases now from Chile. Oh, Torrealba likes the look of a snipe. Still trying to go, but is eventually tackled. Looks like he was hit quite hard there. And another Samoan player down here. Huete has to pick that up off his bootlaces, but does so. No knock on. And it looks like there's a Samoan player down in back play under quite a lot of distress there. This is it's not a sympathetic pass. Garafulik on the left wing bounces off Liliafano. And then the knock-on is forced before a Samoan player is hammered into touch. And there was definitely a knock-on there. But the referee has not seen the knock-on. So it will be a Chilean line-out, and I think that's quite lucky. Ugh. Excuse me. Where is this? Okay, so week 2. There it is. Okay. All right, I found it now. Yeah, Luatua is playing number 8. And it's a nice little aerial shot of the Bordeaux Stadium. Chile to throw another line out through Dusalon. Dusalon. Go to the back through their captain Sigren. Out the back, Torrealba feeds. No, not Fernando. That must have been number 12, Garafulik. No, sorry, Saavedra. And it's a knock-on at the ruck for Chile. And so there'll probably be one more scrum for Samoa in this half. And I don't know. I'd expect them to look to play instead of just kicking the ball out. I certainly hope they do. They're certainly not safe in this game. Handling errors for Samoa 4 to Chile 3. And I think that has really, really let them down. Really let them down in this first half. It's certainly scuppered a lot of their attacking threat, where they look to get their big men involved, and they'll want to get that right for the second half. The clock is about to go red, and does so now. They go left, and they are attacking. They kick it through, and this could be on here for Samoa, and it is. And Duncan Paiawa goes in the corner for Samoa on the stroke of halftime, and Chile will be livid with themselves. Stroke of halftime, and they concede a try like that, and they will be very, very frustrated. Duncan Paiawa scores the first try for Samoa in this World Cup from a great little nudge through there. Sauteni picks up, just causes Ayaza to have to commit a little bit too much, or rather to bite in and look at him one too many times before passing out to Paiawa, who all he has to do is streak into the corner, gets the ball down right in the corner, and that, with the conversion to come, will signal half time. And from what I can tell on the stream, it looks like Liliafano does a number and gets this kick over. So shot clock, 28 seconds left. A nice flat surface on this one. I noticed in the game last night that the stadium from the pitch has a slight slope, which made it hard for the kickers when they were kicking from the corner, from the sidelines. But yeah, Liliafano draws it back in and nails it, as the scoreboard says. And so Samoa will go into the half 19-10 up. And apart from that try, which was very well worked by Samoa, I find it hard to argue that they actually deserve this lead. I mean, yes, they've had pressure, but they've been their own worst enemies. They've dropped a lot of possession and conceded their possession to Chile through their knock-ons. So decent first half. I mean, I'm enjoying the game so far. Very, very, rusty from Samoa, and Chile playing with heart, obviously giving away a few too many penalties. But they're in the game. They are definitely in the game, and they just need to get their attack firing a bit better and get Ayasa into the attacking game. But that's the coverage of the first half. Lots to play for still. Only a 9-point lead for Samoa, and a whole nother half to come. I'm still back in Chile. I really want them to win, as you can tell. But I wonder if we'll see some changes to any of the teams in this over halftime. But we'll see. Good first half, and can't wait for the second. See you in about 15 minutes, guys.
Other guys, thought I'd check in here. I'm sitting here at the photography stand, and busy watching teamwork. Trying to be very cool warm jerseys, by the way. I was actually going to contact to get their jersey, but their actual warm jerseys are very cool. But sitting at the stadium, slowly starting to fill up. Just by the way, keeping an eye out for the Red Army. A lot of Chilean supporters in for today. It's just an army of red looking around here. The Samoans have come out in their force as well, but absolutely nothing compared to what Chile have got. And second ever World Cup game for them. They looked the part. A couple of players looking very confident around here. Very cool to sort of see it, and very cool to see how excited the fans are. We spoke to a couple of the fans outside, and you can just see how excited they are to get involved in something like this. I mean, we all know how passionate of a sports nation Chile are, and the rugby doesn't seem to be any different. Very keen to see what Samoa can do here. They should be able to get the job done, but anything can happen in a World Cup. So I hope you guys are enjoying the watch along, and we'll check you guys. Check it soon.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, BITDEFENDER, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much.
everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer for the rugby. They are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up. Get yourself an account and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport for today's World Rankings preview. It is round 2 of the Rugby World Cup, and as a result, the rankings will continue to change. We saw quite a lot of change over the last weekend. None so much in the top 5 of the top 10, but a lot in the bottom 5 of the top 10, in that every single team in the bottom 5 of the top 10 did move. And so there can be a lot more movement this weekend with a lot of very interesting clashes taking place over the weekend. So, yeah, before we look at exactly what some of the permutations are and what you can expect for the weekend, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. So in terms of the permutations, we'll go through exactly what World Rugby have shown us and what they've sort of told us could happen. Unfortunately, probably doesn't look as much exciting as it was maybe a week ago, because a lot of the big teams are playing sort of smaller teams, the likes of New Zealand playing in Namibia, South Africa versus Romania, France versus Uruguay, for example. So Scotland are playing. So a lot of teams in the top 5 can't really make much movement. So much more so in sort of the bottom 5 of that top 10, which could change. So these are the permutation highlights that have been published by World Rugby ahead of the second week. So only 2 of the 8 matches over the weekend will have an impact if the highest ranked team is victorious. A consequence of the significant difference in rates between the opposing teams. So that means that only 2 teams who are ranked higher than their opponents could actually make movements this weekend. So England could only improve their rating by 0.02 points with victory over Japan, given the 9.93 points difference between the teams. This means they can go no higher than their current 6th position, but also puts them at risk of being overtaken by Australia if the Wallabies beat Fiji by more than 15 points. So the Wallabies are one of the few sides that can rise quite a lot. If that were to happen, Australia would climb 2 places up until 5th, which would leapfrog both England as well as replace Scotland, who are not playing this weekend and so cannot change their ranking at all. If that were to happen, Fiji will slip out of the top 10 if beaten by this margin, and as well as Samoa beating Chile. A smaller margin of defeat for Fiji will see them fall 1 place down to 10th. Wales will drop out of the top 10 for the first time since the rankings were introduced if beaten by Portugal by more than 15 points, and can go potentially as low as 13th if Samoa beat Chile by 15 points as well. Any form of victory for Portugal will earn them a new high of 15th. That is against Wales, unless Tonga spring a surprise against Ireland. Pretty unlikely, but you never know. We should see exactly how this Tongan side will go this weekend. Yeah, Portugal will return to the World Cup stage after 16 years. Could go as high as 12th, depending on the margin of victory and other results. Whilst Chile can enter the top 20 for the first time if they beat Samoa for their first World Cup victory, leaving Namibia, as long as assuming they lose to New Zealand, as the lowest ranked team in the tournament. Samoa, meanwhile, could fall as many as 5 places if they lose to Chile. None of the top 4 teams in the rankings can improve their rating. There is still scope for a change at number 1 during this round of matches. South Africa came within a point of returning to top spot last weekend, and the Springboks will become the new number 1s if they beat Romania and Ireland do not beat Tonga. So if it is a draw or Ireland lose to Tonga and South Africa beat Romania, South Africa will go to number 1. In this scenario, along with the France win against Uruguay on Thursday, we'll see Ireland drop from the 1st to 3rd place, and Ireland can drop to 4th if the margin is by more than 15 points, and assuming New Zealand beat Namibia. Tournament host France can also climb to top spot if they win, and Ireland and South Africa fail to do so. So South Africa and Ireland do not win, and France do win, they can go up to number 1 in the world. France must lose to Uruguay to drop to 4th below a victorious New Zealand. The All Blacks, with a victory, can move to top spot if Ireland, France, and South Africa are all beaten, providing the Irish margin of defeat is more than 15 points. So that's far more for New Zealand. So for New Zealand to go to number 1, France have got to lose, South Africa got to lose, Ireland have got to lose by more than 15 points. A draw against Le Bleu would be enough for Uruguay to climb above a beaten Portugal into 16th, whilst Tonga must beat Ireland and hope Japan lost to England to improve on their current 15th position. Romania.
All right, and we are back for the second half for Samoa versus Chile. Chile to kick off this time. Oh, and it already looks like Gareth Ulick is getting some wrapping around his hands. And so Fernandez will get us started for this second half of this World Cup clash. Game 11, Chile versus Samoa. And Chile have actually they've got to come out firing now. They've essentially handed Samoa the first half. McFarlane rises high off the kickoff on his own 22-meter line, and now Tamiteni will shape what seems to be a box kick through. Okay, so there's already been a change at halftime. Escobar has come on for not Fernandez, for I believe it's Martinez, Raimundo Martinez. So Chile claim possession off the clearance kick from Tamiteni in midfield. So it's a bit of an odd kick. And this is number 20. So yes, it's Alfonso Escobar who is the replacement at halftime. And Chile immediately give away a penalty for not releasing. And it's just it's frustrating. In a good field position. And Samoa have the penalty. Let me just minimize that. And turn that. Okay, cool. So, also, it looks like there have been a few other replacements. It looks like so Escobar has come on at scrum half. So the other Escobar brother. Really? Oh, okay. So Escobar's on at scrum half. No, he can't be. Don't know what the hell that was saying then. Hang on, let's catch up quickly because I'm not sure that was the right positioning. But I think the hookers have changed, and Diego Escobar's come on for that. Right, so Samoa are attacking, and almost carried into the Chilean 22 by Fritz Lee. This is good from Samoa, and it looks like they're going to go over. Theo McFarland can't make it, but Taumateni gets the offload off the ground from McFarland, and he dives over. So Samoa strike immediately, under 2 minutes in this second half. And Chile, again, they'll be frustrated because it's not great defense. They were short of numbers on that left-hand side. Really, really rangy for McFarland, and a beautiful offload off the ground. Taumateni dives over a number of players here to get that ball. And dives over right in the corner to put Samoa 24-10 up with a kick to come. Liliafano already having a kick from similar position. Good try assist there from McFarland. Taumateni with that beautiful mallet is dived over in the corner. And so now we're going to try and clear up what is going on with these substitutions. I believe Ducilon has gone off and Diego Escobar has come on. I think Alfonso Escobar has also come on for Raimundo Martinez, but don't have full clarification of that just yet. Liliafano cannot bring the conversion round, so it'll remain 24-10 with 3.5 minutes on the clock in this second half, and Chile will be gutted by that. So 17 is on. Salvador Luez has come on for, I'm guessing, Carrasco at number 1. So there's been quite a few halftime replacements from Chile here. They kick into Samoa's 22, and Duncan Paiawa tries to run it out. He's stayed in their 22, so they can kick directly into touch if they need or feel the need to. Taumateni box kicks, doesn't. He kicks infield, and here's Ayaza, decides to run it back and bounces off Manu before offloading, and then return back so that Chile up into Samoa's half, and then they lose it forwards, and Samoa will look to counter. Sauteni out the back to Tawala, who feeds to Liliafano, and yeah, knock on from Samoa inside Chile's 22, and it'll be a scrum down to Chile. Liliafano's stayed down. Looks like he's got a little niggle in his leg. Big hit from Alatoa, dislodges the ball from Matias Dittas, and good reaction time from James Lay to get that ball off the ground and start the counter-attack. And I believe, yeah, it was knocked on after. So when the ruck had formed, it was knocked on at the base of the ruck. So the replacement, who's that? So there is an injury replacement for someone's shoulder, and I believe that may be Tileni Siu. And if so, I think he will probably have been replaced by either Slade or Taufua, both decent, pretty decent subs to bring on. Let's see. So 16 is on. So Malolo is on for. So it might be Seilala Lam. Yeah. So Seilala Lam is on. Okay. So it's actually Seilala Lam is off, injured. I think his shoulder, and Malolo is on for him. I think that's who we saw on screen with an injured shoulder, strapped up there. I really, really hope that Chile can get some points in the second half and make this a contest, because there is a threat of Samoa running away with it a little bit. So scrum is set. Chile feed the ball in through Torre Alba. Apparently that's how you say his name, Torre Alba. And they try to run it out through number 20, which is Escobar. And they concede the penalty for holding on. And in that set, I don't think Gareth Ulick was even trying to get the player off the ball. He was kind of just leaning on him, which is just, I mean, barely even competing for that. Samoa tried to take it quickly, but they've been asked to come back. Oh, hang on. Looks like the touch judge is trying to talk to the referee here about something he's heard. He's calling. What's going on here? Is it a medic? Oh no, sorry, it's a technician. I think there's been an issue with one of the touch judges, the assistant referees. What's it called? Techno pack on his back, so it just needs a bit of fixing. But brilliant. This is the replay of the try, and just really good play there from Samoa. Really, really well. Good lines run and just good power from McFarland, and also very good to get it off the ground. Really, really, really good offload to Taumiteni, who dots it down. Samoa doing well and exerting some pressure on Chile here, and having conceded a try either side of half time, you've got to see that. You've got to think they'd be frustrated. So about 5 minutes into the second half, and Samoa have opened up a 14-point lead on Chile here. Los Condores under a fair bit of pressure now, especially if they fancy their chances of winning at this game. They're going to have to do it the hard way. So yeah, just while we got this break in play, don't forget to check out our sponsors, BitDefender, and also our great betting company sponsor. So obviously BOYLESPORTS, you can get a 1,000 rand free bet with BOYLESPORTS, and win big with them, and also get some quality internet security with BitDefender. Both of the links to those websites are down below in our in the bio of this, as well as all of our pages, so our Instagram, our Twitter, and our Facebook pages. So follow up, line up and get everything so you can keep all of the notifications going. So Samoa have kicked off their penalty to the right just outside Chileans' 5-meter line, and they've set the maul here. They went to the back, and this maul is trundling forwards. It looks like they will get over with this. They're short. No. They've scored the try, and I believe it is who's that? Number 16? Who's got up with the ball there? I believe it is Malolo, but I will wait till he turns around. Come on, turn around. I think it's Malolo, their replacement. So barely on the pitch, just kind of got into his World Cup campaign. And there you have it. Samoa over again, and now this score is getting a bit big now. 19-point deficit with a kick to come that you'd expect them to get. And Samoa pile drive their way over through reserve hooker Sama Malolo. And that, I hope that, you know, that this, no, sorry, it was Fritz Lee who scored. Sorry, it was Malolo who was supporting him. So Fritz Lee gets over. So I really hope that this doesn't cause Chile to kind of implode, to stop playing, because they are, you know, I really love watching them play. They play with a lot of passion and a lot of heart, and I really want to see them keep doing that. So Liliafano cannot convert, despite a fairly straightforward kick. Again, this is what I talked about earlier. His style of drawing the ball back in doesn't make it the easiest when kicking from the right hand side, and it shaves the outside of the touch of the pole. So it remains 29-10, but slightly worrying signs now coming from this match against Chile. Samoa are looking to kick on, I think. Taken down by Paiawa and dealt well. Luatua tries to run it out, takes on 2 men, and is brought down. Go away. So Tamatene will feed Liliafano, who will clear. I don't believe he's found touch, and he hasn't. But I think there was offside. Offside, so there'll be a penalty. And it's, again, a silly penalty for Chile to give away. Like, they could have countered there. They could have done something. But, again, silly penalty to give away. And you can see that Torrealba is getting frustrated with just the daggers in his eyes. He's clearly getting frustrated with these silly penalties they're giving away. Liliafano clears up to halfway. And Chile lose all of their field position. And, yeah, it's frustrating. Certainly as someone who wants Chile to win, it's frustrating for me. So Samoa will have a lineup just inside their own half, and through Malolo, they take it in the middle through Vui. Vui feeds Luatua to Tamatene, and it's going out the back from Liliafano, who feeds Paiawa, who nudges the ball through, and it does look like no one really wants this, and Chile are forced out. And so it will be a line out deep inside Chilean half in their 22 to Samoa. Sorry, with all this talking, I need tea instead of something cold. Because my throat's getting a bit sore, which is not good considering we've got Australia and Fiji tomorrow as well. But, you know, Samoa's starting to play field position really well here and playing the territory game quite well, forcing that pressure back onto Chile time and time again. 10 minutes into the second half, they've already scored 2 tries. They go to the middle again, this time through McFarland. They set the maul, and Malolo does not have the ball at the back. They're not passing the ball back very quickly. And the ball squirted out the side, but I think it's going to be a penalty and maybe a card here. No, I think it's just a warning. But a penalty again against Chile, and these penalties are starting to rack up now. They're going to have to really tighten up if they don't want to get a man in the bin. Oh, I love that Chile kit. It is so nice. And Sigurd just having a word with the referee here, or rather the referee having a word with him, telling him to that's too many penalties now, and he needs to really get his team disciplined in this second half. Otherwise, they could lose a man to the bin, and Chile do not want that. They've conceded 12 penalties in 51 minutes of rugby. Not a good look, especially when Samoa have only conceded 4. And they're going to have to take a look at themselves and really sort themselves out on the pitch. So Samoa kick again off the penalty to the corner. You'd think they'd set another rolling maul here, and it looks like there may have been another change here for Chile in the front row. Vui takes it in the line out, and Samoa setting the rolling maul. And I really want McFarland to score because he's in my fantasy league. But Samoa will go over, and I believe it's through Alatoa. No, that's through so Sama Malolo does get over. He does get over, and that's another try. And I believe that's the bonus point for Samoa. Yep, 34-10 kick to come. And now it's starting to look like this might be just getting away from Chile now, and they're looking like they might get a bit of a hammering in this second half, which I don't want to see happen, but it's looking likely. Samoa are all over them, and honestly, not even having to play that hard to get these tries, which is good for Samoa, and it's showing that when they're cohesive, they can do the job, they do the work. But yeah, no, this game is getting away from Chile quite badly now. So I imagine Liliafano will get this kick and make it a 36-10 match. It's really like the coach must be frustrated right now. Ooh. And Liliafano has got you'd think a straightforward dink over the poles here. And does so. So 36-10, and you'd think at this point maybe they'll think about bringing on the subs. I see both front rowers have gone off. So Jordan Lay and Paul Alo-Emile have come on to replace James Lay and Michael Alatoa, and it looks like no, Liliafano stayed on. So I imagine Luatua will be captain, or maybe Liliafano. Although I think they'll probably make it Luatua because I imagine Liliafano will go off and they won't want another captain change. So I imagine it'll be Luatua. And also, Pedrero has been replaced by Silva, Ignacio Silva, for the Chileans. So lots of replacements being made now, 53.5 minutes into the game. So Chile kick off into Samoa's half, into their 22, and Samoa clear their lines. Chile look to play quickly, and I like that. And Ayatsa is attacks the line, and he's knocked the ball on in the tackle. And the referee's allowing advantage to play, and Samoa are going to run it back. Liliafano down the side to Nigel Awong, who chips ahead, and and it looks like Eritaria Nari has come on as well to replace Tamatene. So all the changes being put on, and you can definitely tell by an even more exciting new hairstyle in the scrum half for this Samoan side. And now Chile looking to attack through their replacement prop. Salvador Luez gets them up over halfway with a great run. Ayatsa out to Garafulik, who steps inside. Should have probably passed to Fernandez there. Fernandez could be pinged here for going in at the side, and is, although I don't think it was actually even Fernandez who was pinged for it. I think it was Captain Sigren. nice little shot of Tamateni on the sidelines after a decent game from him, and obviously try scorer. So it's a penalty to Samoa, and they will look to go to the corner. No more thoughts of kicking penalties here. They've got the bonus points, and now they'll look to establish dominance on the leaderboard with the points difference, because it only matters in the pool stages. But they've got a bonus point, which is the biggest part of this of this game. The biggest task for them in this match, especially with the competition they're going to have in this pool. They need all the bonus points they can get. Argentina, I think. Okay, so Lima Sopoanga has come on and replaced Tumua Manu. So I think Sopoanga might be playing at 12. With no, I think that's interesting. I wonder who's playing at 12. I'd imagine Liliafano might go to 12 because I think he's played 12 before. But I don't think I've ever seen Sopoanga play 12. And it's lost forward. No, not even lost forward, but lost by Samoa at the line out, and Chile hack it downfield into what would be into Samoa's 22. Sopoanga gathers and clears up to just outside their own 10-meter line. So still a few basic errors coming into this game from Samoa. Not surprising. They are rusty. It's their first game of the World Cup. Obviously not having a game in the first weekend, but doing the job. They've already done what they need to do. Now they just need to crack on. Chile throw to the front of the line out very quickly, so didn't really give any chance for contest to Samoa, which was good. Torre Alba feeds 21 Ignacio Silva, and then feeds Fernandez, who decides to put a dink through for Gareth Fulick, who is not quick enough, and Sopoanga will feed out to Paiawa, who takes on the line and is eventually leveled. Here we go. Inari feeds Vui, who goes out the back to... Oh, and that's a good... thought that was a good offload, but no. Torre Alba stabbed it through. Go on, Torre Alba. He stabbed it through again. But does he have the pace to take on Vui? Oh, and the ball's just got dead. He might have got there if it hadn't gone dead. But love the energy from Torre Alba. He just hasn't stopped playing. It was an offload from Sauteni that didn't go to hand and allowed Torre Alba to hack it through and then hack it through again. Although no, I think it would have been very close to see if Torre Alba made it or Liliafano made it first. They were both very close. So back they come from, or is it actually a dropout? Jordan Taufua. Now that's one hell of a player to have on your bench to bring on, and he replaces Luatua. So maybe Liliafano is the captain. I don't know. I don't think they even mentioned who's the new captain. But Luatua is being replaced by Jordan Taufua, who is very strong and one hell of a player. Has played in the Premiership for quite a while. Also played for, I believe, the Crusaders. I think Jordan Taufua played for the Crusaders. Big man, very strong. So let's see what impact he has on this game. But certainly the subs for this Samoan side have impressed so far, with Maulolo scoring a try and the Broiling Maul working really well since he's come on. Samoa feed their own scrum, and Inari Taufua is controlling it at the back. Inari eventually does pick it up and goes right to Nigel R. Wong, who kicks forwards. Ayatsa picks up, decides to attack because might as well. He breaks the tackle of is that Sauteni? I'm not sure who that was. I think it was Toala. And Fiji, not Fiji, Chile, looking to really, take... Oh, it's a big hit on Escobar. Double tackle. Oh, no, and it's all going wrong now. And Fernandez knocks on under the pressure. And it'll be a midfield, close to the 22, middle of the field scrum to Samoa. But big hits coming in here. Both shove-offs and also tackles. What's it called? The Chilean prop ridding himself of Jordan Lay with a huge power run. I believe it was Salvador Luez who just completely just said this bus is full and just put him down. So this is a great attacking opportunity for Samoa here. scrum in the middle of the field. I mean, what better attacking options? But they give away a penalty at the scrum, and it's Salvador Luez who's penalised here for scrumming inwards, and Samoa will be very annoyed with that, given the field position. Chile will be happy; they don't have to deal with the defensive set of midfield scrum, and Fernandez will kick to the sideline. Decent kick there as well into Samoa's 10-meter line. Really good there. Guys, obviously, the score's got a bit exacerbated now, 36-10. Let's see, what do you think the final score will be? I'm now thinking it will be 14. No, let's see. They're only going to score tries. So I'm going to say about 48-17. I think Chile will score another try at some point. Let's see. So Chile play. They win the line out. And they're playing. This is through Silva, he's almost knocked that on. But they've retained possession. And Sigren runs it into the Samoan defense. A lot of forward grunt work going on here from Chile. Out the back for Torrealba to Ayatza. Ayatza feeds Silva, who is leveled by McFarland. McFarland's had a decent game. He's tackled well. Obviously playing as a lock, he hasn't had as many running opportunities as he would usually. Torrealba feeds Ayatza. Ayatza out the back. Oh, no, sorry, not Ayatza. Oh, and it's a bad pass from Fernandez to Ayatza. He's gone a long way back. Offloads to Saavedra. But Chile just hurtling backwards at a rate of knots. Ayatza trying to get somewhere. Torrealba to his captain. No, not his captain. To Saavedra, the number 7. And it's now the game's really slowed down here. And Chile will look to clear their lines for a Torrealba box kick. It has not gone far, but I would say that's a knock on. Fernandez decides, I don't want to play with this ball down here, and decent banana kick there, and gets it into the Samoan half. And that's good play there from the playmaker for Chile. Just realizing that the team wasn't going anywhere, and a very good kick that curls back in on itself, so that it goes out. Sauteni with a diving attempt to charge it down, and Sopwanga just lets it roll out of play. So that brings us into the final 20 minutes of the game. 36-10, and it looks like Chris Vui has been replaced by, I'm assuming, Slade. Definitely Sam Slade. So Sam Slade will go into lock. There's a good picture of Pablo Casas, who is on obviously quite early because of the head injury to Videla. And now the other Videla brother, Benjamin Videla, is coming on for Marcelo Torrealba. So change at scrum half for Chile, which is I'd say Torrealba's actually had a pretty good game. I think he's played decently, and he's certainly, for me, apart from maybe Fernandez, has been the standout of this Chile side today. He's looked to get them going. It's been very tough for him, but good player. I rate him. I think he's a very good player. Right. So, how are we looking? How are we looking? Get those comments in the chat, guys, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel. We will be live for every single game of this Rugby World Cup. So, especially the big ones, you can follow along if you're ever in a car and you need someone to listen to, instead of just the radio, which how many people really listen to anymore. Just chuck us on YouTube and listen away. It's good to see the Chile fans still, high spirits. I guess they are not expecting much from their team. They're just here for the experience. Not the team, but the fans. So Samoa take it in field. Fritz Lee met in the tackle from Silva, quite stopped in his tracks, and Chile win the penalty. And I think at this point, go for the corner. Let's try and get another try. Ouch. And put some respect on that scoreboard, especially when they were leading for quite a big part of the first half. They'll want to make the scoreboard a bit more respectful. Fernandez with a stunning kick, really good kick, almost up to the 5 meter line, and it looks like there's a TMO here. I'm guessing for a tackle. I'm not sure if it's a tackle for Chile or Samoa. But let's have a look. Let's see who's it might be a head knock. Let's have a look. Yeah, so the TMO has been called into action. It looks like it might be on a tackle from a Chilean player. It looks like Silva might be in trouble here. They are looking at him on the camera. Let's have a look. No, it won't be. It was so if it's from that, I don't see an issue with that. No, so it's not Silva who might be in trouble. It's Alfonso Escobar. That's fine from Silva. Yes, it is shoulder. It's going to be a yellow for Alfonso Escobar. It is shoulders the head. It's not high degree of danger, so I don't see it being a red card. But yes, that's going to be a yellow card, and that's not good for Chile. That's, I really hope, not going to now just cause them to completely capitulate. And he's going to be annoyed with himself. He was dipping down, but I don't see that going to a red. It was very low degree of danger. It wasn't a hard hit. So just under 18 minutes left. So instead of a Chilean penalty, it's been reversed, and now there's a Samoan penalty with Limo Sopoanga to clear the line. And he doesn't manage to do so. Ayaza keeps it in, passes into Fernandez, who kicks high to chase. Well taken in by Siu. And offload. Oof. Good spot tackle there. This is Sauteni. Samoa playing well here. They're playing some phases. And getting their backline in, and they try a break around the ruck. Doesn't quite work, but they've still got the ball out the back from Sopoanga over the top to Siu, who tries not offload inside to McFarland, who knocks it on, and then McFarland levels Fernandez. Oh, and there's some anger here from Dittus, who goes after McFarland, who shoves him away. And that's quite nice. I like that. McFarland goes over to Fernandez and gives him a tap and says, sorry for the I would say it, after the whistle hit. Let's have a look. So Sopoanga out the back to, I think it was Manu. Oh, okay. So it wasn't McFarland who knocked it on. It was Salvador Luez threw a forward pass, and no, it's a fine hit. There's nothing wrong with that. And Dittus did not like that. Dittus comes over to Sopoanga, McFarland, and I think it's Malolo, and he's just like, I'm going to fight all three of you. Let me at him. Let me at him. It looks like who is that number? Is that Iceman, number 19? Someone for Chile is down. Looks like a leg injury. Not sure of what kind, but might be a knee. Looks like they're checking his knee. And number 23, Ed Fidao, the only scorer in this squad from the last World Cup. This 23 from the last World Cup. So, and he scored 2 in that last game against, I believe it was Russia. I think it was Russia. So permanent now. Ducelon has come back on for Escobar. So it was Escobar who went down injured. Okay, so Ducelon has come back on. We're still waiting to hear about the yellow card for Chile, if it's going to be upgraded or not. But they do still have another, I'd say, 8 minutes to decide. And yeah, I really hope it's not a red. Excuse me. Oh. So Chile will have to put into the scrum, although, what, is there another TMO check? What's going on? Oh, another TMO check. I'm not sure what for, because it might be for McFarlane's hit on Fernandez. I mean, it looked okay to me. Where's this TMO check? No, it's not for that. It's for something else. That is reckless. I mean, I think he hits his own player's head rather than anyone else. That's okay. Thing is, he hits his own player. So if it was another team's player, then yeah, he'd probably be carded. But he hits his own player. I don't know what you do with that. I'd say that Inari's thing isn't a problem. He hits the back of the Chilean player. I wouldn't say there's anything wrong with that. So I don't see it. I don't see the problem. He's looking. Inari's looking slightly nervous. Let's have a look. It's a better angle for this one. Oh, that's where the injury comes from. Oh, no, that's not nice. That's not nice. But it's not Inari's fault. That injury is to his leg, and it's just the way he lands. He basically folds on himself, and yeah, no. That looks horrible positioning. But I don't necessarily see that as Inari's fault. He's just trying to clear out. And for me, I don't know. We'll see. I don't see that as a yellow. But they're still deliberating it. So, clearly needs looking at. Oh, it looks like it will be a yellow. Yeah, it's going to be a yellow for Inari. Interesting. I wonder if they'll review it. No, and it's being reviewed. It seems that every yellow card in this World Cup is getting a review. Just give me a second. I'm just going to try and get that. Oh, yeah, that's better. Yeah, it looks like every single yellow card in this World Cup is going to get a review. That's not better at all. Yeah, let's do this. Okay. So Chile will have a penalty on halfway so they go back to where the ruck penalty was, and they will, it's good to see them trying to play. I love it. So they get into, they're up into Samoa's 22, and hopefully they can come away from this visit to their 22 with points. Escobar still waiting to hear if it's been upgraded to a red or not. Although, wait. I think we're about to find out now if I think it's staying yellow. Yep. So it's staying yellow for Chile. Oh, I completely forgot. It's staying yellow for Chile. And so 7.5 minutes left on that yellow card for Chile. And obviously Samoa's one still under review. Chile have set a maul here off their own lineout, and it's not moving just yet. Well, it's inching forwards, although now their player's gone down, so the whole maul has gone down. And it looks like Samoa have stolen it on the ground, and they're going to play. And is that McFarland? No, it's Fritz Lee. Fritz Lee's knocked it on. And so now Chile, this is probably their best attacking opportunity this half. They've got a scrum midfield. And I think Fernandez and Ayaza really need to work this quite hard. They really, because of that being yellow, I think that Inari will stay as a yellow as well. But I tell you what, Matthias Dieters has put in one hell of a shift for 65 minutes. The big number 3, weighing 132 kgs. But it looks like he's coming off now. I think his afternoon is done. He looks like he's got a bit of a niggle on his leg and he's limping a little bit. And it looks like, yes, so it looks like the Samoan yellow card will stay a yellow card as well. As I kind of thought it would. So about six and a bit minutes left for Chile, and about probably 8 and close to 9 minutes left on the yellow card for Samoa. So it's still 14 against 14. So Chile will, so just under 7 minutes left on the Chilean yellow card. Chile will really want to come away from this this entry and this scrum with points. They certainly haven't, stressed the Samoan line for quite a while, and this is a good opportunity for them to do so. They will set the scrum, and Videla will feed. As long as there's no penalties. Samoa looking to try and get ascendancy here. No, tell you what, Chile have got a penalty here. Chile have got a penalty at the scrum for wheeling, so Samoa for wheeling. And Videla thinking about going quickly. So yeah, Inari's got about 7.5 minutes left on his card, but they go to the corner, and I like this. I think their lineup's been fine today, so they definitely can get. I want them to give it a go, and maybe a maul. But the problem is Samoa obviously a lot heavier, probably a bit stronger as well. They're going to have to be quite technically brilliant here. Dusselon to throw in, and they do take it at the front off the top and set the maul. It's going sideways at the moment. They managed to break off, but everyone goes to ground, and I think this will be a turnover. Yeah, and Samoa get the turnover, and that's frustrating for. And it's Jordan Tafu who comes up with the turnover. And that's, again, another, it must be so frustrating for Fiji, just taking their own ball down, and just another entry coming to absolutely nothing. Escobar, 5 minutes left on his yellow card. And so, Samoa will look to, obviously, I think they'll probably kick. I doubt they'll try and run out of their own try line. I think Sopoanga's playing 9. Sopoanga's playing 9 and Liliafano's playing 10 at the moment. Makes sense considering Inari's off the field. So I imagine Liliafano will be doing the clearing here. Unless they look for a runner. They look for Manu to run it into the line first, but I doubt it. Oh no, they're going. Oh no, Sopoanga's knocked that on. 100% he knocked that on. Sopoanga makes a meal of it, and the ball goes out. But I would argue that Sopoanga knocked that on first as he tries to kick it. So Chile will have an opportunity. Yeah, no, he didn't. He managed to kick it first. And I think Chile tried to take it quickly, and they overthrew, and Samoa have got the ball back. And this time, Liliafano will clear the ball. And it will go up to just inside their own 22. So still pressure, but again, Chile not having the patience on the Samoan line, but also the accuracy to make sure that they get over that line. But they will have they would have another go, but they've lost this line out as well. And Samoa have done well here to get it down the line. Big hit though coming in on Paiaua from, I didn't see who made the tackle. So Samoa are inside their own 22, looking to play out of it. Although I think Sopoanga feeds Liliafano, who will clear. It's not gone out. Well, it has now, because it's gone straight through Gareth Fulick's hands and out. which means it'll be a Samoan lineout. Teleni Siu thinks about playing quickly, decides against it, and Samoa will play from about halfway. And here comes big number 18 for Chile, Inestrosa replacing Dittus, who's put in one hell of a shift, almost a whole 70 minutes, which is very, very unusual for a starting prop playing 70 minutes. Usually they're off for around 50. But when you have a player who is as big as Matthias Dittus, although Esteban's only about 3 kgs lighter, it's Chile do not challenge at the line out, and they throw it away. So Samoa swing it out to Taufua. And Samoa are making good meters by breaking away from the ruck each time and using their forwards. They are up over the Chilean 10-meter line, and they're still going with the forward. They're tracking it up with the forwards. It looks like Chile might be done for. Yeah, Chile not rolling away, not letting Samoa use the ball. Samoa. Oh, and Liliafano is smashed by Saavedra in the midfield. Properly hit, but they'll come back for the penalty. Good hit there from Saavedra, and just under 2 minutes left of Alfonso Escobar's yellow card, which I think means there's about 4 minutes left of Inari's. Yeah, no, oh, that's a big hit on Liliafano. Really, really big hit on Liliafano there. Oh, and there's another yellow card here from Chile. And it looks like it's the man who's just come onto the pitch. I think he's been on the pitch for about 30 seconds. He's got a yellow card and he won't come back into the game. So his 30 seconds in this match are done. And yeah, no, he's understandably frustrated with that. I would be very annoyed at that. Although I think this isn't being reviewed. I think it's a team penalty, so I think it's not being reviewed. It's not like a bunker decision. It's just and he's very, very annoyed with himself, smacking his head on his water bottle. I mean, I feel for him. Chile, being their first World Cup, you don't want to sit out any of a game. You just don't. And so penalty goes to the line, and Samoa take it off the top, but they give away a free kick. And I actually don't know what the term is for that free kick, but it's happened quite a few times in this World Cup to experienced and inexperienced teams. So it looks like Alfonso Escobar is about to rejoin the game, and will do after this clearance by Fernandez, who has no sign of going off, but he hasn't cleared it. He hasn't got it out, and I think this is Nigel Alwong will run it back. Yep. Good tackle there from Casas. 16, Diego Malolo breaks off the side, gets nowhere. And this is good from Salvador Jordan Lay. Breaks out the side. And Chile win a penalty. Good lads. Good lad. And it's the scrum half who gets over the ball. It's Benjamin Videla who gets the turnover, and I love that. I love it when a small man gets over and wins a turnover. Escobar will rejoin us in about 20. His yellow card's up in about 20 seconds, so not just yet. Good clear this time. A good clearance by Fernandez, does find touch, and here comes Escobar now. Escobar back onto the field, and Fiji. Keep saying Fiji. Chile back up to 14 men. So they've managed the period with 13 men quite well, even though it was only a couple of seconds. Inari's got about 1 minute left on his yellow card. Again, I really want Chile to get some points, but they lose another line out, and this time Sopoanga clears downfield into a lot of open space, but no real chaser here for Samoa. So Ayaza has time to pick it up, launches a high one, taken in by Liliafano, who's hit quite hard by Ayaza, but he's retained possession well. Sopwanga out to Paul Alo Emil, who plays it out. Oh, there could have been... Oh, and McFarland's knocked it on. And that will be a scrum to Chile. 7 minutes left. 7 minutes left. Okay. Oh. Well, you can't fault Chile for heart. They've certainly played hard, but they've just been let down by basic errors. I'd say fitness as well, and just Samoa are stronger. They're a bigger side, and every time Chile have had the ball, they've either lost the ball, their line out. Since the first half line out was fine, but their line out in the second half is not fired at all. And yeah, I mean, they've stemmed the bleeding of the I suppose the first 10 minutes of the second half. And they do win the scrum, and they take it off the back through Ignacio Silva, who is stopped. He tries to swing a pass, and Ducelon picks it up. All right, Videla out the back to Sigren to Fernandez, who skips through 2 tackles, skips through 3 tackles, and then almost breaks the line. It's good from the fly half. Probably the most attacking any of their players have shown this half. Sigren is met hard in the tackle. And, it's an advantage to Chile, and they get the penalty. Go for touch. Come on, go for touch, and let's... Oh, no, they take it quickly. No, Videla's in front of the mark. Go for touch. Go for touch. Come on, let's get another try. You need that line out to work, though. They need this line out to work if they're going to... I don't know if... Yeah, they will go for touch, but... Just over 5 minutes to play. And I do believe that after this, Inari will be back on the field. And so, Fernandez will kick to the right-hand corner. The right-hand Chilean... Samoan corner, and gets it just inside the Samoan 22, just inside. And the Chilean fans, still loving it, still having a great time. And I think, yeah, and there we go. Inari's back on the field now. And so Samoa back up to the full complement of players. Chile throw to the top. Their maul is not going anywhere. So Videla will look to get it out. He's being held in. He's got the ball, but he's being held in. So they break out the back. Fernandez to... who was that? Number 22? Don't know who that was. That's number 6. Sigren takes it to the line. It's met well by Samoa.
Powering on. Mic off.
Videla out the back to his big prop. All right, they decide to change directions, and they go through Salvador Luez, who is again met well by Samoa. The big man must be he's been through quite a few carries. Videla decides to go left again, constantly going left and right from each ruck. Samoa trying to get over that, and they do so, winning the penalty from Chile, and they will probably... I don't think they'll look to play quickly. I think they'll go for touch. And some unhappy Chilean fans at that decision. Because obviously, they want to see their team going forwards and not giving away so many penalties. Just over 3 minutes left to play here, so certainly number 18 in Nostroza will not be returning to the pitch. Chile still down to 13 players, don't forget. And considering that, through these yellow card periods, they've actually managed it quite well. So Samoa's back to their full complement. So the yellow card on the stream has been has ended for Inari. Samoa throw, but I think the TMO wants to check something. The referee stopped play, although it might be for an injury. Yeah, the medics are on, so they were just checking on Salvador Luez. So they're going to have to do the line-out again, which probably is good for Samoa considering they knocked it on at the line-out. But the referee had blown the whistle. So Samoa get essentially another shot at it. And they do win this one through McFarland. Bit loose, but they win it. Gareth Fulick picks up in field because it was a loose pass, and then it's smashed, and then Chile knock on in the midfield, and then Fernandez picks up and is smashed. So now it's just kind of all going very loose and a bit to pieces here from Chile. Although Liliafano's pass in field certainly wasn't exactly the pass he wanted to throw. 2 minutes left. 2 minutes to get left of this game 11 between Samoa and Chile in Pool D. Samoa at the moment with their bonus point for 4 tries or more, and Chile coming away from this game again with nothing, sadly. But spirited. Certainly not the same kind of I'd say flair that they had against Japan, but first World Cup they've played well. They've played well. So Samoa go through the scrum, and off the back from Tafua, Inari changes direction to Liliafano. Liliafano feeds Awong, who runs straight in, and he pops it off the floor back to Inari. This is good from Samoa. Oh, and I think Chile have come in the side there. It's a penalty advantage. Flung out the back to Tafua. Tafua offloads to Malolo, and Malolo looks to have got a double and has. And just before the end of the game, Samoa break the 40-point margin. And Malolo, the reserve hooker, gets a double. And that makes it 41-10 with the kick to come. Oh. Are they checking something? Again, the TMO is involved here. They are checking something. Whether it's a knock-on or a tackle, I'm not sure. But I think they're checking the try scored. Let's have a look. So he rolls. Oh, he's lost forwards. No try. Absolutely no try there from Malolo. And then picks it up and brings it forwards. I love the way he thinks he'll get away with that. So they will not break 40. 100% lost forward. And it is no try, knock on. So Chile will have one last scrum to defend their line. And so Malolo does not get the second try. Chile will have one last opportunity, not only to obviously... Oh, no, sorry. They come back for the penalty. So Samoan penalty. They kick to the corner. And so Sopwonga finds it on the 5-meter line. Inostroza will definitely not come back. And it will be the last attacking line out of the game for Samoa. Through Malolo will throw. They will yeet someone up in the air, and I imagine it'll be McFarland. It's not. So Samoa set the maul, and I think they're going to score here. And they do so, and Malolo does get his second try, this time off the back of the rolling maul. And that's the game. So they will break 40. Just after I said they won't break 40, they will. So 41-10. We're now into extra time, so this conversion will be the last act of the game. And that's it from this Pool D clash. Last kick, I assume Liliafano will be taking the kick. I don't think it wouldn't be much point in giving it to Sopwonga now. But that's it. Samoa do run out, I suppose. Convincing winners on the scoreboard. They had most of the possession, most of the territory. They never looked in the second half. They've never looked like they were a threat. Oh, Sopwanga is going to kick and raises the flags, and the game will end 43-10. 43-10 to Samoa. So I think the stream score is a bit wrong. So there we have it. Game over, and again, obviously spirited from Chile, but a convincing bonus point win for Samoa. I'd say some standout players for Samoa would probably be Taumiteni. He played really well. I think Fritz Lee actually had a very good game. Chris Vui was strong. Michael Alaalatoa was good while he was on the pitch before he was subbed. And I think that obviously, Torre Alba was really good for Chile. But yeah, good game, good to watch, good to commentate on, but a bit more one-sided than I would have liked. And thank you for joining us on Forever Sports for this game, Samoa versus Chile, and look forward to seeing you at future games.